Good morning, honorable councillors. Let's take our seats. Let's please get settled down so we may begin with our continuation meeting. Good morning once again, councillors. Please, let's take our seats. Let's settle down so we may begin with our council proceedings. Let's settle down. Thank you. Please, let's get settled. Thank you. We shall be starting with our council meeting in the next 2 minutes. May we get settled down? Thank you, councillors. Let's settle down, please. We shall be starting with our continuation meeting in the next 1 minute. Thank you very much. Let's begin with our council meeting. Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of this continuation council meeting. We are a quorum and therefore declare the meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our continuation council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. In Jesus' name, amen. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked. His worship, the executive mayor, Honorable Chief Tekana and his entourage, Honorable Chief Machangu and his entourage, members of the mayoral committee, leader of executive business, chief whip of council, chair of chairs, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in council, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. I welcome you all to this continuation council meeting. Honorable councillors, at the council meeting of the 26th of January 2023, concerns were raised regarding the MS team's attendance by some officials. Following investigation on this matter, it was established that should we discontinue this exercise, council will incur unnecessary financial implications by, among others, procuring the services for streaming, recording, and sharing of documents. Honorable councillors, let me also remind you that as per the arrangements we had in the previous council meeting of the 26th of January 2023, and for council to be effective and efficient, I encourage robust discussions and engagements while sticking to the decorum of the council. As a result, we shall aim to conclude each council meeting at 1700 hours. Honorable councillors, lastly, on behalf of the City of Tshwane, let me express words of condolence to the family of Mr. John Dungi Moeti, the former Bafana Bafana and Orlando Pirates player. He passed away yesterday after a long illness. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Let's proceed to the leave of absence. Before I do that, I see a hand there. Yes, Councillor.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, my concern is about the flashing lights. There is a medical condition where people that have exposure to flashing lights of a certain intensity can be triggered for epilepsy seizures. So I think maybe it would be a good idea to just switch it off if we can't correct it. Just a thought. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Wilkinson. We have reported the matter. Group property is attending to it. Let's have you, and I think I have another hand in that particular fashion. Let's start with yourself.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just a clarity-seeking question on the issue of Royval report. You have told us that you have invited all party whips to attend the meeting, and you have said that none of them have responded to you. And this thing really were very concerned, or should I say I'm concerned as a councillor of City of Tshwane regarding the issue of people of Amaskral and the surrounding area of Royval. Speaker, when you invite whips and they don't respond to you, I believe we have powers. It's either you refer them or try to understand why are they not coming to you. It's been years, more than a decade, close to 2 decades. People of Amaskral waiting for...
Councillor, in terms of Section 36, you are raising matters of irrelevance at this point in time. So thank you very much. Let's proceed with this meeting. Yes, Councillor.
Since when o tshwenya ga ka Mansfield? Since when?
You are irrelevant and you will remain irrelevant.
Irrelevant by us. When we raise any show,
Councillors, Councillor Matebula, Councillor Matebula, let's sit down. Okay. I wanted to hear him. I heard him. I ruled. Let's proceed. In terms of section 38, let's proceed. Oh yes, Alderman Maleke, thank you.
Yeah, Chair. I think Councillor Thabo there is progressive. That we must bring back the minutes that Action SA blocked last week about Royval. Let's reinstate them and bring them back and agree on those minutes so that we can continue the investigation. If he's honest, if he's not honest, he's trying to get the public sympathy here. Because they Action SA blocked the minutes. And it was their councillor, their caucus, that blocked those minutes. Therefore, if he wants to resuscitate them, he's got our support. Thank you.
Oh. Councillor Marishan, you're covered. Councillor Marishan.
In fact, thank you very much. I wanted to continue the debate by raising the issue of lack of water in Mamelodi Nikaheng. And to me, it's relevant because I'm from there. And I've been raising it very sharply and consistently so. But Speaker, safely to agree with you on the issues that we are raising in terms of functionality of this house, I just want to remind you, and perhaps you will reconsider, because I'm about to ask for a caucus to go and get breakfast. And I'm a whip, by the way. So when I ask for a caucus, you'll have to grant it. Because you have called us to a meeting with a less than 24 hours notice. And we had other prior arrangements. Before I came here, I had 2 appointments in the morning very early. That's why I couldn't have breakfast. So it's either you call a meeting with the party whips and reconsider the decision to no longer cater us when we come to council, or you will have to accommodate us. And by the way, I only eat food at home or here in council. So if I ask for a caucus, I'll have to go home to go and have breakfast, nicely cooked by my wife. So please take that into consideration, that at some point when I feel hungry, because I'm getting there, I will request for that break.
Thank you very much, councillors. Just for matter of clarity, this is a continuation meeting, and it's done according to the rules and orders. The meeting was given seven days, so that's why we are meeting today. So it's not a 24-hour notice. It was aligned with the rules and orders. Hence, we couldn't have it last week. We allowed a space of 7 days to lapse, and this is the nearest suitable date. Thank you very much. But as for caucus breaks, according to the rules and orders, for whatever the reason, you'll follow the rules and orders and ask for caucus breaks, and we'll do as such. Thank you very much. Lex, point of information, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine, it's on your acknowledgement of your guests or dignitaries. I think it becomes rhetorical if you say Mahlangu, King Mahlangu and Intoraj and is not here, rather say in absentia, then it makes it more interactive. But when you read it and they're not even here, it becomes as if it's like there's this bird called a parrot. It greets you every time. You enter, says hello. You go out, says hello. So we must just deal with it in that manner. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nshapo. I think you will realize that this meeting is beamed. It's beamed. So his entourage could either be here or watching online. Thank you very much. Let's proceed, councillors. I think we have a long way to go, so let's rather proceed. Let's go to the next item, which is the applications for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council, in as far as the leave of absence for councillors, from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. The following councillors have been improved in line with our city's processes in acquiring leave of absence. Councillor Vusi Mabena of the ANC sick leave, Councillor Rulo Fourie of the DA sick leave, Councillor Pogiso Mtumunye, DA study leave, Councillor Daniel Sekanka, EFF sick leave. The following councillors arranged to arrive late. Councillor Tsepo Malefane, ANC, to arrive at 12, and Councillor Shane Mars of the DA to arrive at 12:30. And then, Dr. Speaker, the following councillors requested to leave early. Councillor Yu Rasweswe of the EFF to arrive at 2. All these councillors requested to leave at 2. Councillor T. Molesane, EFF. Councillor T. Ngedima, EFF at 2. Councillor S. Wanamela, EFF at 2. Councillor R. Dipakwane, EFF. Councillor L. Matlabane, EFF. Councillor O. Ramabudu, EFF. Councillor M. Mchali, EFF. Councillor Q. Chauke, EFF. Councillor P. Matlala, EFF. Councillor P. Mamatepa, EFF. Councillor O. Notununu, EFF. Councillor N. Mslongu, EFF. Councillor P. Mnisi, EFF. Councillor N. Sianejo, EFF. Councillor R. Muchusi, EFF. Councillor M. Mabuhwana, EFF. Councillor L. Leshabana, EFF. Councillor G. Ratikwane, EFF. Councillor E. Motubane, EFF. Councillor B. Disulwane, EFF. And Councillor B. Matevule, EFF. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip of Council. Let's proceed to item number C, which is the official notices. Their hand. Yes, Alderman Malik.
I just want to check if EFF are going to check the metric results somewhere, because there's an issue of metric.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Matebula wants to clarify that point. Councillor Matebula, please assist Alderman Malik.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Alderman Maluleke should consider taking the very same route with his members. It's very disgusting. We see it on national deployments there in government. He should know that we require people who are qualified to govern this country. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Malik. I think you are properly covered. So we therefore proceed. Announcement of casual vacancy. Councillor SM Skosana, Action SA, PR Councillor. Honorable Councillors, I have received a letter dated the 7th of February 2023 from the Action SA, informing me about the termination of membership of Councillor SM Skosana. This effectively means that Councillor Skosana is no longer a councillor representing Action SA in the city of Tshwane, resulting into an occurrence of a vacancy in the council. Now, in accordance with item 18 of Schedule 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, councillors, I'm still... Uthomile. Okay, let me rewind. Okay, let me rewind and I'll be a bit louder. And I see Councillor Mhlongo, it's all attentive. Okay. Honorable councillors, I have received a letter dated the 7th of February 2023 from Action SA informing me about the termination of membership of Councillor SM Skosana. This effectively means that Councillor Skosana is no longer a councillor representing Action SA in the city of Tshwane, resulting into an occurrence of a vacancy in the council. In accordance with item 18 of Schedule 1 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998, the Chief Electoral Officer must declare in writing the person whose name is at the top of the applicable party list to be elected in a vacancy. This, however, is subject to item 20 of the said Schedule 1, in accordance with which the party concerned may supplement, change, or increase its list by not later than 21 days after the councillor has ceased to hold office. The vacancy must then be filled within 14 days after the expiry of the 21 days period. Point of information, let's start with Councillor Mhlongo. We proceed to Councillor Ratikwane and then Alderman Maleke in that particular order. Yes, Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My point of information is perhaps directed to the Action SA. Are they using the same modus operandi they use with TAU in terminating membership of their members and unilaterally removing them from council? Ziyakhala kwa Action SA, Speaker. You defy Randall, you go. Those who are remaining, you are at the mercy of Randall. If you don't beg him, all of you are going to go. We are no longer going to be radical. You must just be bankers and just be and keep quiet. Your job is to shut up, Action SA, and listen to what Randall says. That's your job. You've got no any other role to play in this council. You must keep quiet.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Ratikwane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this was a very promising young man. And I don't know why Mashaba is doing this to the young people. Now Tau has left and is formed his own party. There's so many splits in Action SA that is becoming a serious problem. We're going to have a problem in this council. Comrades must just go and join Tau now and leave this thing because it's not working, it's not for use for capitalists. Thank you.
Alderman Malek.
No, thanks, Chair. I missed the part where you were citing Electoral Act because I wanted to follow what you are saying because members of council, they should either resign. If Councillor Sizo, for example, can take us to court, he'll come back and occupy the seat immediately. Therefore, what we needed to do, Chair, I just want to hear which section of the Electoral Act you was cited in that letter, because we just want to understand and assist Councillor Sizwe that he's got the right to be in this council. Otherwise, in the manner that is unceremoniously removed, he can challenge that. Okay, or there's an order from the short man.
No. Finish yours so that there's no order on top of order.
Yeah, I just want the part
of order. So allow, it's a point of order is raising.
Yes, Speaker, just assist us.
I've noted you, MFC.
I just wanted information on the Electoral Act section that is cited, Speaker, because I don't think it's the manner that they're approaching it is correct. What the council was supposed to be appraised on was the replacement of Councillor Sizwe. Therefore, delving on the contents that are there can lead them into trouble. on what they're doing. I just want that part of the electoral act.
Speaker. Councillors, I think in accordance with what I said earlier on, let's maximize our time. And Councillor Tshwane dates, I've noted you, and I note that the EFF caucus will be leaving soon. So, no, this point of order first, but I want to rule on his first. Is that fine, Councillor Tshwane? Let me rule first. There's another point of order, and then you are next. Okay, thank you. In that order. Now, Alderman Malek, I've said in accordance with item 18 of Schedule 1, this applies when a councillor ceases to be a councillor. All right? That's the law that we use, which is found in Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998. So we're relying on item 18 of Schedule 1 of Municipal Structures Act. All right. So I think that will assist. MMC Khosiama.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, I think as Action SA we are worried about the direction that this House is taking. We seem to be entertaining things that are not relevant to this meeting. And we humbly request that you keep order in this House, because seemingly it's like Action SA has to account to some other smaller parties. Speaker, we are not here to account. We are here for a meeting of council. We want to maintain the business of council today, Speaker. Can you please keep it that way so that we can finish? Others already are cooking Muhodu already. They want to go.
Point of order is not a speech. Thank you very much. Let's proceed in line with your point of order, MMC. Councillors, we are proceeding. I'm ruling on that point of order. No, he says we must proceed. No. I'm ruling in favor of time that we must proceed and maintain decorum. Councillor Shaban, I hope you are not taking us back. Because, okay, Councillor Shaban. Before you.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's protect Councillor Shaban. Emisa Litoho Council. Emisa Litoho, that's Emisa Litoho. Councillor Shaban, thank you. Councillors, let's have decorum in this house. Councillor Shaban, you are protected. Alderman Malek. Alderman Malek. Assist me in maintaining. Let's work together, Alderman Malek. Let's work together. Thank you. Councillor Lishawan,
Thank you, leader. Yes. Am I protected, Honorable Speaker?
You are protected, Councillor Lishawan.
Speaker, with due respect, I hear that I must not take council backwards. It's a fair fact to submit. But I want to indicate that when Councillor Maluleke was speaking and a point of order was raised, you should have invoked the provisions of Rule 38.3, which reads as follows, that a member contemplated in subsection 2 is entitled to be heard immediately, and the member speaking at the time must cease speaking and sit down until a ruling has been made by the speaker or chairperson. Now, subsection 2 speaks about a point of order and a point of information. Now, immediately a point of order is raised. The speaker, who in the circumstances was Alderman Maluleke, was to be ordered to keep quiet and sit down until that order is raised. Now, you have said continue speaking, so you had violated this provision. That was the point I wanted to submit, that listen to the order that was raised. Nonsensical at its best.
So he should have been allowed to raise that so that Councillor Maluleke could continue raising the issues that he has raised. So when a point of order is raised, Speaker, in terms of the rules.
Yeah, Councillor Tshwane, I want to point you back to the same rules that you seem to profess. Councillor Tshwane, he is raising a point of order. Now, according to what you have just read to me and the council, he needed to be heard first. Now, otherwise you will just come with sporadic points of orders, left and right, and we invoke this rule, and a point of order will never be heard to its logical conclusion. I am ruling, you are taking me back. In terms of section 38, we are proceeding with the agenda. Thank you. Official notices, I've already done with that. Let's proceed to the unopposed proposals by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. Honorable Councillors, I have received a request from Councillor S.K. Mutale, the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, to honor Ms. Tebogo Macheke from Hammanskraal for being selected as part of the senior Protea women's team to represent South Africa at the upcoming ICC T20 Women's Cricket World Cup to be hosted in Cape Town from the 10th to the 26th of February 2023. Ms. Macheke is one of our own, a wicket keeper and bats lady of Hammanskraal Cricket Club. Today, Ms. Macheke is my guest and seated in the officials gallery. Can you please rise up so that we can see you, Ms. Macheke, at the gallery at the back? There is Ms. Macheke at the back. Thank you very much, honorable councillors, for honoring this young lady, a wicket keeper and a bats lady from Hammanskraal. Congratulations, Ms. Macheke, on your selection. Go and represent the city well and make us proud. Alderman Malik.
Madam Speaker, I think it is befitting that we should follow in your sentiments of congratulating Ms. Macheke on her accomplishment. But I think it would be saddening if we do not surface conditions of the Hammanskraal Cricket Club or ground that in its current form, MMC, who's MMC responsible? MMC the brain. That we need to support, because she's one lady that rises from the concrete jungle. In simple English is that she comes from hard conditions that do not have support of resources and infrastructure. What we need to do today is to commit to Ms. Macheke that when she comes back from Cape Town, conditions in Hammanskraal will improve, will provide little kids that aspire to become like her with resources and support. And this city must provide those things, because we can't have a person that rises from concrete to have generation and posterity that will continue to struggle with resources and support. Therefore, let's make a commitment, Speaker, that will support and clean that cricket club that is in Hammanskraal, that is being identified as one of the stadiums that is going to host the World Cup. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderman Maleke. Yes, Deputy Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Mahalik.
We as the DA will also want to speak to that, but I will give the opportunity to Councillor Sandy Mutale, who is our PR councillor allocated in the area, who will have a better knowledge of Ms. Majeke. Thank you.
Councillor Mutale? Councillor Mutale, please press your mic. Councillor Ace, just test your mic next door, Councillor Ace.
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Maybe what I should do is to ask Ms. Majeke to come to the podium so that we can acknowledge her properly.
No, Councillor Mutale, please say, I have discharged this duty as the Speaker of Council. You do what you were asked to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. As the multi-party women and also representing the social development portfolio, we are committed to supporting grassroots talent and would like to encourage fellow councillors to bring such talent to our attention, because Ms. Majeke is one unique case, but at the same time, there has been other teams that have been doing well in townships. Last year, we had a cricket team in Soshanguve that won, which were never acknowledged. And we have the hockey World Cup that is taking place in Tshwane as we speak. That's also an achievement that is happening in the capital city. In June, July, there will be the World Cup, Netball Women's World Cup. Would also like to acknowledge that. And maybe we do have some members or team members that will be participating, and would like to encourage fellow councillors to let us know of such. Also, Speaker, would also like to encourage the city as well to support the social development portfolio in terms of enhancing this talent. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you are in agreement with what the earlier submission by Alderman Maleke. Yes, Councillor Ratikwa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as the EFF, we want to congratulate our sister there in her endeavors. EFF always push for women to occupy every space possible, especially in this kind of sports that are riddled with racism and the demographics of South Africa are not properly represented. Speaker, if this council was not bankrupt by the DA, perhaps this woman would be walking out of here with some form of a gift or a hamper. But there is nothing to give. And Randall has no plan whatsoever to assist this woman. It's all good and well for us to congratulate her. But what are we doing as a city to go to assist her so that when she's moving forward, at least her issues can be, or her life can be uplifted, or she can give back to the community. Now, the government is speaking like a poor person in this case, because the government is poor and has been bankrupted by the DA-led administration. Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor at the back.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Just a point of information. If the city is going to look for sports sponsorship, I suggest we go to the tourism board. If they've got $1 billion for Tottenham Hotspur, we should be able to get some for development of the city.
Speaker, it's very irrelevant what he's saying, that thing there.
Alderman Maleke. No, councillors, let's allow Alderman Maleke. Let's allow Alderman Maleke. Thank you. I've noted Councillor Mpo at the back, and I'm also noting Councillor Matebula. But in that particular order, Alderman.
No, thanks, Speaker. My point of order is on Councillor David. You see, when you grow up in privilege, you don't have the the decency of appreciating little things. Then Miss Macheke, now just shut up and listen.
Order, point of order, Councillor Matsibati.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Alderman Maluleka, I rise on 34. Alderman Maluleka has already spoken on this item. Can we move on, Speaker? Thank you.
Order, Speaker.
No, it's a point of order, Councillor Alderman Maluleka. Let's protect Alderman Maluleka. Thank you.
No, then, Speaker. We just need to give them refresher courses. They're so trapped into these things of the DA, they can't even think. Speaker, when you are trapped in privilege, you don't even know that sports.
Let's Alderman Maluleka, please state your point of order and let's protect Councillor Maluleka. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm doing that.
But he's doing that.
Let me stand up because this one I'm not intimidated by small boys. I'm not intimidated by short people.
Councillors, I have warned you to desist from sporadic points of orders. Please, let's be efficient. Yes, Alderman Maluleka, please state your point of order and not to respond to sporadic innuendos. Thank you.
Speaker, you see, I don't need your protection. Don't worry.
From house.
I can take this one.
No, Alderman Maluleka. According to the rules and orders, yes.
Leave it. I'll resolve it. Speaker, when you are trapped in privilege, you even forget that the department has a mandate. You forget that the department has a mandate. The Councillor David says to us that we must tell Councillor Macheke or Miss Macheke, if she wants support, financial support or sponsorship, she must look elsewhere. There's a department that has a budget. Today, people are talking about 1 billion. They're very clueless about what tourism is all about. Therefore, these ones of the DA, they are trapped in privilege. No.
Councillors, please. I'm the speaker. I understand the rules and orders. Don't do this. Councillor Matiratil, please. I will rule. Allow me to listen. Councillors, don't do this. Don't do this. Yes, please finish, Alderman Maluleka.
Then, Speaker,
every time you interrupt Alderman Maluleka, you are prolonging his speech or his time. Thank you.
No, wait, councillors, wait.
Yeah, we have some decency in this house. Thank you. Alderman Maluleka, address the house, leave the councillors.
Yes, no. The honorable midget, there is a problem.
Yes.
There's a midget that is a problem there. And he won't speak. He won't even speak. We're going to disturb him in everything that he's going to say. We're 75 here, we're men. We've got even EFF and other people that are so reasonable. They will not talk. Speaker, what we need to do?
Councillors, allow Alderman Maluleka to state his point of order and sit down. Please. Thank you, Alderman Maluleka. Can you conclude, please?
Speaker, in my conclusion, don't open your mouth if you don't know anything about things that we're talking about. Save yourself and your family. Because you're embarrassment to your family. We are talking success and the challenges that the community is facing. Somebody tells us to go to lottery and MTN. These are whites that are so spoiled.
That's why
with privilege. That they think all the sports clubs, they should not pay for them.
Alderman Maluleka, I've given you ample time now, so please, thank you very much, Alderman. Thank you, Alderman Maluleka. Okay. Thank you, Alderman Maluleka. Your point. Thank you, Alderman Maluleka. Your point is no, Alderman, you are in Alderman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alderman Maluleka. Alderman. Alderman Maluleka. Please sit down. Please sit down, Alderman Maluleka. Thank you, Alderman Maluleka. Yes, Councillor Mpo, please. Councillor Mpo. Thank you, Alderman Maluleka. Councillor, no, it's Councillor Mpo first. Councillor Tshwane, Councillor Tsila, please, Councillor Tapo, please, let's sit down. Alderman Malek, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, please, don't do this. Don't do this. Councillors. Councillors, let's sit down. Councillors, please, councillors, let's settle down so that we can proceed. Don't raise further hands and confuse the situation. Yes, Councillor Tshwane. Okay, councillors. Let's Alderman Malik. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's settle down, councillor. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, let's sit down. No, Alderman Maleka has spoken, and Alderman Maleka, we have no, Councillor Tapo. Councillor Tina, let's sit down. Let's sit down. Let's settle down. Let's allow Councillor Mpo to speak. There are too many hands that were raised. No, Councillor Tshwane, thank you. Councillor Mpo, yes, please speak. We're saying embarrassed that a white woman is successful, a black woman is successful. Speaker, thank you very much, Speaker. Let's protect Councillor Mpo. Alderman, please. Let's settle down. There were hands already. I have noted Matebula and Councillor Mpo. Let's settle down. Councillor Matebula, sit down. Councillor Tshwane. Let's settle down. Okay, yeah, sit. Go back to your seat. Thank you, Councillor Tshwane. Yes. Yes, Councillor Mpo. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Speaker, am I still protected? Speaker, mine is just a point of information, Speaker. Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Order, councillors. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Mpo. Speaker, mine is just a point of information, Speaker. You will note that tomorrow is the 8th, and it's the deadline for application for rewriting matric or improving your matric. So I want to quickly convey this message to the leader of the DA, Tshwane, to quickly go and register so that he must not miss this 8th deadline for his matric. And also to just because that boy is always crave white approval, maybe he must be the one who take this message to Tshwane to go and write this matric. Thank you very much. Very much. Yes, Councillor Matebula, you are next. There was Councillor Matebula first, Councillor Mshong. Point of order. No, there were other hands here. Let's allow Councillor. Otherwise, we will proceed. No, let's take Councillor Matlangu first.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for this opportunity. Speaker, when a black person is successful in this country, the whites don't support that particular person. Councillor Godwin Rantikwan was making a point that a department in this city should support a black woman who's going to represent the country from the city of Tshwane, and a white male stood up to dismiss that and redirect the fact that we should sponsor the woman, a black woman, and when a white man spoke,
Councillor Matebula, please don't make a speech. Don't make a speech.
Speaker, I've got 3 minutes when I raise my hand here. And this
No, I never gave you 3 minutes. It's a point. You are raising on a point. So please, thank you.
Speaker, all white people, when a white man stood up and dismissed the fact that this city should support a black woman who's going to represent the country, all white people were clapping hands that side. This is pure jealous and racism. This should be condemned, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, I now rule that we proceed. Thank you very much. Let us not, I'm not taking any hands now. I've ruled section 38. I have ruled, please, I'm proceeding. I'm not taking further hands. No, I didn't note you. I didn't. Let's proceed. I have ruled. I want to proceed. Would you allow me to proceed? Thank you. Matters not considered by council on the 26th. I am not taking hands. I have.
Thanks, Speaker.
Let's protect the councillor to speak, please.
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, and I'm rising on a point of order on you. You need to rule on what Comrade Alderman Maluleka has said. You see, if you fail to rule on what that white racist has said,
I will cut you because I ruled. I said, Alderman Maluleka, I have noted you were proceeding. So that's a ruling. So please, I have ruled section 38. No, you can't say no. Section 38, I'm proceeding. Councillors, I have ruled, I am therefore proceeding. In terms of rule 38, I'm proceeding, thank you. Point of order, thank you.
Hi, Speaker, when you make us to scream our lungs out, I've been raising my hand for you.
Please speak.
To order, don't speak to me like I'm your child. You must have respect also for us. We belong in this house. We're not here at your invite, Speaker. I've been raising my hand.
What's your point of order?
I've been raising my hand nicely, not screaming at you so that you note me for a point of order. You don't note me. I scream, you don't note me. Don't do that, Speaker.
There are many hands that are raised here. There are many hands that are raised and yours is not special. Please, state your point of order. Thank you.
Speaker, I want to call a point of order firstly on you. This council is going to degenerate if you continue in the manner in which we are running this council. You allow that people in Myanmar there at the back, Matibatel or whatever he is, that short man there, you allow him to drown other speakers when they speak. But when members of DA drown other speakers here from the EFF or from the ANC, you keep quiet, you don't protect us. You are the speaker of this council. You've got a responsibility to protect all of us when we speak. There is no councillor who's got the right to drown me when I'm trying to speak, whether they agree or disagree to what I am saying. If they've got a disagreement on what I'm saying, they also have a responsibility to raise on a point of order if I'm out of order. But they have no right, you see they're doing it.
Councillors, let's allow us so I can rule. Thank you. Finish. No, councillors, you are the ones who are disturbing her. Yes, Councillor Mpengo. Councillors, please don't drown others. Councillors, please don't drown them. I rule. Yes, Councillor Mpengo. No. Councillor Mpengo. Alderman, please. You are protected. Councillors, please don't drown other speakers. Yes, thank you. Alderman, let's also respect Councillor Mpengo. Councillors, I have, yes, I've called order. I said, who? Which boy? Councillor Maluleka. There are only councillors here. No. Councillor Malek. No. Please sit down. Please sit down. Councillors, please. I request of you, don't drown other speakers. If you wanna speak, let me finish. Councillor Tshwane, sit down. Thank you. Can we stop raising further hands and allow Councillor Mhlongo to speak? We are still far from that. Councillor Mhlongo, please. They must come together. Speaker, Councillor Mentuneno, allow Councillor Mhlongo to finish. Speak. Alderman Maleki, please. Thank you. Councillor Mhlongo, please.
The mic, please. Speaker, so how do you expect me to speak when you switch off the mic?
Councillor Mhlongo, we are addressing the House. Please continue.
Speaker, this council is degenerating because of you. Because you have failed to be a speaker who's not biased. You are very biased in your rulings. When councillors of the DA are naughty, like the naughty children they are, we don't call them to order. But let one councillor from either the EFF or ANC just stand up without you recognizing them. You are ready to bite our heads off. You even address us as if you are addressing your children. We're not your children. The manner in which you address us, the manner in which you address me, I'm not going to allow you to address me. I'm a woman who's not going to tolerate any man to address me in the manner in which you do speak. I will not tolerate it. Me and you are equals when we're here. There's nothing special about you. Your age doesn't matter to me because we're equals, we're at the same level. Therefore, if you want us to drag you like that, we'll drag you. But if you want respect from us, we're going to respect that. The rule says if we want to speak, we must raise up our hand. But when I raise my hand, you don't know me, you tell me there's nothing special about me, there are many hands. What kind of a speaker is that? You are nonsensical, you must be told.
Councillor Mhlongo, please withdraw that immediately. Councillor Mhlongo, please withdraw immediately. Down. Councillors, sit down. Councillors, let's settle down. Oh, useless. Let's settle down, councillors. Let's settle down. It's okay, Alderman, let's settle down. Councillor Machagula, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Councillors, let's work together. Let's work together. Councillors, Councillor Maxagen. Councillors, please. Councillor Maxagen. Let's work together and maintain the decorum of the House. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, councillors. Okay, councillors, let's proceed with our agenda. Councillors. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Ratikwane. Let's proceed. Thank you. It's okay. Let's sit down. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Chapo. Let's sit down. Councillor Tila, let's sit down. You will talk when. Let's sit down. Let me just take now the last hand. Councillor Tila, please. Let allow Councillor Tila, please. Let's settle down, Councillor Machagula. Thank you, Councillor Matebula, please. Please, Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula, please. Yes, Councillor Tina. Councillor Ratigan. Councillor Ratigan. Councillor Ratigan, thank you. Councillor Dishonored, let me note this other hands. Councillor Nantulun, let me note Councillor Tila first, and then we'll come to yourself. Yes, Councillor Tapo. Councillor Tapo. Councillors, please don't. No, let me deal with this hand first. Councillor Tina. Let's allow Councillor Tila. I'll note other hands. Yes, Councillor Tila. Councillor Matebula, Ratikane, please. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. There are too many hands, otherwise we won't proceed. Let's deal with that hand and we'll rule on it. Councillor Tila. Councillor Matebula, please. Councillor Matebula, please. Yes, Councillor Tila.
Speaker, can you please ask that racist to withdraw the statement? That man is a racist. How can he say those words in front of our hero here from Tshwane? He must withdraw now. He can't speak, or no one from DA is going to speak.
Councillors, we want the council to proceed nicely. Let's ask councillor, please. Those words, councillors, please. Councillor Chapo. Councillor. No, let me address him. Councillor Chapo. No. Councillor Matebula. Councillor Matebula, please sit down. Councillor, please. Councillors. Councillor Ferguson, the words you have raised have offended many councillors. Please, can you withdraw so we proceed? Thank you. Councillors, please, councillor, please. Okay, Councillor Matebula, sit down, Councillor Matebula. Councillor Marishane, there are too many hands I've noted. There are many hands before you. Let's first deal with this and then we'll come to the hands. There are too many hands, I'll lose track. Councillor David, please, for the sake of progress, please. Thank you.
Speaker, on a point of order. Speaker, on a point of order.
I've allowed Councillor David to withdraw, so we proceed. Thank you.
I'm calling point of order, new speaker.
Yes. Can we work together to proceed? Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor David, please proceed.
Point of order.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. I'm terribly sorry that I suggested we should go to the tourism department to get monies for sports development in Tshwane. I withdraw that statement and I won't support Chatterton Hotspur. I will support Liverpool. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Ferguson, for with councillors, please. Now let's have decorum. The councillor has just withdrawn the statement. Councillor Ratikwan. Councillor Ratikwan, please assist the process. Yes, let's have Councillor Nontununu and then Matra Marsha.
I'll sort them out now. Speaker, it's me. Speaker, you've...
No. Nontununu first, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's take you back, Speaker, on the letter that you received.
Councillor Nontununu, when I rule, don't take me back. Section 38. Don't take me, state your points. Just don't take me back, because it's against the rules and orders.
I'm taking you back because you never ruled on that letter, whether it was a legitimate letter or a frivolous letter. And did you ever confirm with the councillor, who's also a member of this house, whether this letter is legitimate or not? And the other thing is that we can't divert the responsibility of the city and take it to the Department of Tourism, whereas the city has a responsibility and called in the member who is very talented into the gallery and fail to do the honorable thing and give her the necessary support and divert that responsibility to the national department. The DA is showing complete failure in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nontunono. And maybe just to assist us, the letter I received this morning from Action SA, it's a legitimate letter. And we have dealt with the withdrawal. And in that particular fashion, let's continue. Yes, Councillor Marshall, thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me stand up because of the shame that we have just displayed as council. And I want to apologize on your behalf to the young lady up there. The least you could have done, Speaker, to show decency was to excuse her to witness this racist mess that ensued in here. Now, I want to challenge this city that we must resolve that the executive mayor through the MMC of Sports must fund the Cape Town trip of the young lady with 20,000 rands. If the executive mayor does not stand up now and confirm that they will fund, I propose a crowdfunding from this council city.
Thank you very much, councillors. I think on that point, councillors, there are ways and channels of dealing with such matters. So let's councillors, Councillor Matebula. Yeah, but can you sit down, Councillor Matebula? Thank you. Councillors, maybe let's allow MMC of Sport to talk to that. Yes, MMC, Peggy the Brain, thank you.
It's on.
MMC, councillors, let's proceed. Let's allow MMC. MMC, your inputs.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. And let me start by congratulating the young lady. She's really doing us proud. We had a conversation with her manager sometime last week. We were supposed to meet her yesterday, but then they said that she'd be leaving. I think she's leaving today. I must say that as a department, we are planning to welcome her, have a bit of a celebration where she comes back. And if there's anything else, it will be communicated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC, for that response. Yes, Councillor. Councillor Matebula, let's protect everyone in the house to speak, Councillor Matebula. Let's protect all of us to speak. Yes, Councillor, thank you.
Speaker, good morning, everybody. Speaker, in the spirit of Ubuntu, may I suggest and challenge every party represented in the council to make a donation of 5,000 rand each towards this lady's trip to Cape Town. Thank you.
Speaker. Yes, Speaker.
What is that, Councillor Makali? End of information. Let's listen to point of information from Councillor Makali and then Councillor Ntrapo. Thank you.
Disgrace. DA is a disgrace, complete disgrace. How can you have?
Councillor Makali, press your mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm raising on a point of information that anything that is
Councillors, let's also allow Councillor Makhaling to speak as you have bemoaned. Yes, Councillor Makhaling.
I'm saying anything related to budgetary or money of the municipality, those things can only be done within the budget adjustment or when the budget starts in the beginning of the year. Therefore, this leads to being discussing an irrelevant matter. So we are saying the proposal of money that Sir Benjamin fueling about it and also.
Councillor, please. Councillor, please. Please sit down. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Makhaling, please conclude.
That was my point of information, and so I propose also that we move to the next item in the agenda. Thank you very much.
Oh. Okay. Where's Stella? Stella? Where's she? Okay. Vele de vita Stella mo. Kema mpiletse Stella mo. 1 2 1 2. We back on.
Phela bosale ka ntle. Lona ka morao.
Councillors, we back on. Let's please take our seats that we may proceed with the meeting. Councillors, let's go back to our seats. Let's go back to our seats. Councillor Tshwane, Councillor Tila, let's go back to our seats. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Chapo. Councillor Chapo, let's go back to our seats. Councillor Bosch. Alderman Erasmus, let's go back to our seats. Alderman Governor, Councillor Governor, Alderman Saki. Saki, deploy, please. Let's go back to our seats. Thank you. Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane, please, let's go back to our seats. Alderman Maleke, please, let's go back to our seats. Yes, Councillor Chapo. Let's settle down, councillors. MMC, Andrea, please, let's take our seats. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The sound is back on. Let's proceed. Let's settle down, councillors, right there. Please, let's take our seats. Councillors, let's take our seats. Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Tema. Councillor Tema, please, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Chapo.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine, Speaker, is simple that what Councillor Makubele has raised, I think in the spirit of us being progressive and dealing with the issue is that if the MMC or the mayor confirm that there's no budget sufficient to assist this particular heroine of ourselves, there's a proposal of a crowdfunding. But I realize that that has also created some excitement of others saying, in the spirit of Ubuntu, let's donate. It's the same thing. You see, for the method that you are mentioning the word spirit of Ubuntu doesn't necessarily mean that we have it. There's a proposal that is similar to that speaks to crowdfunding. And we can, as a political parties, decide to contribute in that political funding. Instead, we want to come with many ideas so that we shine. We politicize something that we're supposed to celebrate. And I think we must desist from that particular matter. And here from the MMC, the Deputy Chief Whip doesn't know budgets there. He is not sitting in the MACO. The MACO can tell us that we don't have sufficient budget, but we'll prioritize this thing in the next budget, but we want to support the issue of crowdfunding as the city. Then we are able to progress forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that progressive input. Let's can we allow MMC to in line with this so that we progress, Councillor Makali? I'm ruling on that point of information. Okay. Councillor Makali. Councillor Makali, why don't we allow MMC to round it up so that we don't prolong this thing? Thank you. Councillor Makali, please. MMC, please just round it up. I'm not suppressing you. I'm ruling on this point of information. Can we allow MMC to round it up? There are so many proposals that were. Councillor Makhaling, let's allow MMC to round it up. Thank you. MMC, please, let's round it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. All the inputs are noted, and it's true that we really have to support our sportswomen and men. Of course, it's the mandate of the department. All I can say at the moment, I cannot commit to anything that, in terms of a donation because the department doesn't have that budget. But like I said, allow us to work on it unless we really want to go for the crowdfunding that could also assist. But right now I cannot commit because I don't have a budget to do that based on, to base it on. And it's true that we really have to do something as a department because we do have a sports division and it is our responsibility to do that. But I'd also like to plead with my colleagues that we will definitely look into that and do whatever is doable. Like I said, when she comes back, we will be welcoming her back. It's something that we have been planning. I've spoken to the MEC as well. I was with the MEC on Saturday, so we spoke about her. So there's something we will be doing as a department, but right now I cannot commit in monetary terms. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it has been rounded up. Councillors, can I also, Councillor Makaleng, can we proceed? Can I also suggest that as per the proposal, the party leaders also entertain this matter to augment what the MMC has said, so that this matter is not just Councillor Mhlongo, you are the one who was now you are attacking. No. Councillor Mhlongo, you are not fair. Thank you. So can I propose in that particular fashion so that all the party leaders will also entertain this and see how far parties can also assist in the process? Can we do it that way, councillors? Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Now, reports to councillors, honorable councillors. I have convened this continuation meeting in accordance with our rules and orders to finalize the outstanding reports of our agenda. During our council meeting on the 26th of January 2023, and before the meeting could be adjourned and postponed, we concluded the deliberations on item 13, which was advanced in terms of section 8.2 of the rules and orders to be item 1 on the agenda. Let us now proceed with our agenda. Now, part 1, which is from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 16th of November 2022. Item 1, reference number 19433/1. Group Communication and Marketing Department. Promulgation of the City of Tshwane Public Events Bylaw. The report given on page 6 to 62 with recommendations on page 14. On this item, councillors, I have lined up 3 speakers. Oh, sorry, Executive Mayor, thank you.
Dr. Speaker, in terms of Rule 13.5 of the Rules and Orders Bylaws, I would like to withdraw this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The report is withdrawn. Then we proceed to item number 2, reference number 5724/1/1, Group Property Department. Proposed lease of airspace across a portion of Olympus Street between F3846, Ferry Glen Extension 9 and F3906, Ferry Glen Extension 24. The report on page 63 to 104 with recommendations on page 74. On this item, we'll start with EFF. Councillor Nontununu, 3 minutes. Councillor Nontununu.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we approve the request. We note that whenever there's no electricity or load shedding, the robots are not functioning well and really causing a very serious problem for customers who are going to the shops there to cross from one side of the center to the other, and leading to fatal accidents in the place. And therefore, we think that it is very important that they construct a bridge that will cross from one side of the center to the other. However, we would like to also propose that the 1,500 proposal is very little. It's about 2,000 square meters of the place. So I don't know how you calculate against the square meter with the price that you arrived to. Maybe you can relook into that and increase it a little bit, especially when they are also proposing that they are going to do some advertisements on the sides of the bridge which means they will be paying that rental amount with the advertisement boards that they put there. So they are not paying anything themselves. So please reconsider the rate that you charge, which is 1,500 rands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Nontununu from the EFF. The second speaker on this item will be from the Action SA, Councillor Mshana. 3 minutes, Councillor Mshana. Action SA. Okay, we proceed as recommended. As recommended. Oh, you want to speak on that? Sorry?
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to add a recommendation to the report. Recommendation 16 to read that the council utilizes the bridge for advertising purposes, subject to the provisions of the outdoor advertising bylaw.
Councillor Mshana, I had called you earlier on and there was no response. Would you like to speak on the item while I await the recommendation? Thank you. Councillor Mshana, I'm waiting for you.
Thank you, Speaker. Executive Mayor, Chief Whip, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chair of Chairs, Section 79 Chairpersons, City Manager, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, yes. Alderman Malek, point of order. Thank you.
Yeah, Speaker, when we receive a written edit recommendation, it must be read on record so that we then entertain it because I want to speak to that recommendation.
Yes, I just received it now and I thought it would be prudent to. Okay, let's. Sorry, Councillor Mshana, I think you have to hold on so that we process because we had passed you. So let's just conclude with this recommendation. That the following recommendation be added, that the council utilizes the bridge for advertising purposes, subject to the provisions of the outdoor advertising bylaw, proposed and signed by Councillor Mayor, seconded and signed by Councillor Governor. It's amended. Yes, Alderman.
Yeah, no thanks, Speaker. It might look progressive, but alienation doesn't work like that. And I saw Councillor Wilkinson giving thumbs up to that. We are not dealing with a lease here. Let's allow advertising to deal with its work. But the division has a responsibility, and the structure that is going to be erected here, it might fall short of what the division might point out as deficiencies. But we are preempting already and committing them that they should allow advertising. It doesn't work like that. Allow division for advertising to do its work at the right time. If they need to apply for that, there's a dispensation for advertising. But it can't be packaged with leasing. The report is about leasing, Speaker. But let's not do the two.
As amended. Okay, let's divide the house. Let's divide the house. Those. Okay, let's deal with this. The advice came through. The advice came through. So no. The advice came through. So let's yes, Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to elaborate on the proposed recommendation, the additional recommendation. I've heard what Alderman Maluleke said. If you look at the report, in the body of the report, it actually says the comments from Economic Development and Spatial Planning that no advertising will be allowed on the bridge. That means the advertising that the applicant actually proposed was to generate income for themselves. My recommendation is that the council can actually generate revenue to advertise on the bridge. So we can rent out the space on the bridge for income generation. It's an additional recommendation. It will be subject to the
Point of order, Alderman Malek.
When you receive comments on C9 reports, they should be unaltered. Therefore, the communication rejects advertising. Therefore, they want to bulldoze the division. It must apply properly. And the division must then reconsider the decision on a different dispensation. Now, there's a comment here. It rejects it. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to overrule what they commented on? Allow them space. They should do their work. It can't go this way.
Thank you very much. Yes, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, I hear what Alderman Maluleka is saying, but these comments are comments. It's not decisions on the report. And it's comments that council then take into consideration. And council can, as we've done, propose amendments. But it is for council to take the decision, not for the departments to take the decision. They give their views on the issue, but it's for you and me and the rest of the councillors here to take a decision. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think the matter has been ventilated. Chairperson Wilkinson, you want to say something? Okay. Councillor Mayor, are you okay? Okay. Let's vote on the matter and we proceed. Those who are for the amendment, please raise up your hands. Mm. Count.
No, that's what I'm saying. You say it should be let them apply. Nobody like everyone else. No, but look at the price of the company.
Okay, those who are against, you can lower your hands. Thank you. We got the number.
EFF no vote, ba tlhalwanye lo re irala. Shaun Tlapo. Ke nyaka tsela pila bolela. Kae? Mathebula ko wena leader ka jeko. Tebu, are you a leader today?
Thank you so much, councillors. You can lower your hands. Those that are abstaining. Thank you very much. Here are the results. Those who are for the amendment, 102, and those that voted against it, 83, and those that abstained, 1. Therefore, the amendment is carried. As amended, thank you. Let's proceed to the next item 3. Item 3, it's reference number 45246, stroke 1, Group Property Department, proposed ratification and amendment of a lease for a portion known as Hangar 85 of the remainder of portion 35 and the remainder of portion 59 of the farm von der Boom, 302 JR, also known as the von der Boom Airport. The report is given on page 105 to 362 with recommendations appearing on page 121. On this item, councillors, I only have 2 speakers, one from the EFF and the second one from the Action SA. Let's turn our attention to Action SA, to EFF. Councillor Tshwane, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Speaker. We have taken note of the report as the economic freedom fighters, and we regret that after a period of 6 years of the purported lease agreement, this matter could only be brought to our attention now. We believe that the actions here are undesirable, unthinkable, and disingenuous. There's no agreement. If on the lease agreement, the identity of the parties is in contradiction, it means that there's no agreement here. So the lease can be changed now. And also, of worrying is that the lease amount is allegedly not properly captured. Now, if the lessee is not the lessee as intended by the parties upon entering into the agreement, there's no agreement. So this lease, whatever it purports to be, it's void ab initio and should be advertised. It should be taken up for a bid. So the recommendations that are here, that there must be session and all that to resuscitate companies that are struggling, it's unthinkable, and it's just only going to worsen our condition as the municipality. So we therefore say that all the recommendations that are here must be substituted, all of them, and that this, as a new recommendation, is that there must be an advertisement. A new company must be appointed. If the companies that are mentioned here, so many of them are interested, they will apply. We don't even know their status currently as to whether they're in good standing or not, except that they were in a business rescue. So we can't rescue them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tshwane. Let's take the next speaker lined up on this item from Action SA, Councillor Mrudi. 3 minutes.
Greetings to the Speaker, Dr. Magwarela. Action SA urges the city manager and the MMC involved to go to Gemba. Gemba is a Japanese word for site or scene where the action is happening. When you look at this report, one can deduce that city officials operate without any fear of persecution or repercussions, lack of patriotism. The type of errors recorded in this report are tantamount to economic sabotage. Also, one can assume that this is a well-orchestrated attempt to divert much-needed revenue away from the city. As Action SA, we have declared corruption enemy number 1. It is in the spirit of clean governance. It is in the spirit of clean governance that we urge the city manager and the MMC of the department implicated in this report to speed up the process of instituting investigations as to how this could have happened and continued to happen for the last 7 years. The city has lost billions of rands that could have been channeled towards service delivery, such as provision of sewer reticulation that half of the population of the city is unable to access. As an example to make, the Lubisi family living in Soshangube Block MM has been terrorized by the stench of a blocked drain in their backyard. These billions could also have been used to eradicate the use of chemical toilets that strip away the dignity of our residents. This money that could have been used to provide water for the people of Hammanskraal, as well as many surrounding informal settlements around the city. Our underprivileged residents of the city of Tshwane are in dire need of basic services. Such acts like these of financial negligence literally steal from them. Speaker, we cannot allow this to continue. We need to see consequence management implemented. As Action SA, we encourage that the audit into the Vonderboom Airport be concluded speedily and that all the inaccuracies be rectified. It is our desire that these leases be a representation of the demographics of the city of Tshwane. Let us fix Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's proceed to the next item. Sorry?
Are they agreeing?
Speaker, Marie is going to make the recommendation and I'm seconding the recommendation. Can you allow Marie Joubert to make the recommendation?
Wait. They must be in writing and seconded and signed. That's the procedure. Thank you very much. If you have, please submit it. Let's read out your amendment and then I'll receive it from yourselves. EFF, you might as well do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. My recommendation is that the council take cognizance of the report, but refer it to impact for further scrutiny, recommended by myself, Councillor Marie Joubert, and seconded by Councillor Kodofelo Morodi.
Thank you very much. I await. It would have been preferred that we dispense with the amendment from EFF so that we don't go back and forth in that particular order. But Advocate Tshwane, are you ready with your amendment?
Thank you, Speaker. If you can just give me 5 minutes. I thought we'll reconcile submissions with my fellow colleague.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Advocate, you were saying something and I was receiving this?
No, I was saying that I withheld the draft because I was thinking that we might be speaking of the same thing. So let me finalize.
Would you therefore, upon the submission of this, want to align yourself, or do you want time so that we deal with? Is that fine? Thank you. So yes, Councillor Morodi, do you want to consult? Yes. Yeah. Few minutes, and let me proceed to the next item while you deal with. What is that now about?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, we don't know what the other recommendation is in terms of the EFF, and as well, there's another proposal in front of you. If you could just as well read that out to us so that we can dispose of it before we move forward. Thank you.
I can wait. Advocate Tshwane, you have read out a number of amendments, but I didn't read out to the people, so I thought it would be fair for you to find each other so that others can also know exactly what you are proposing. Maybe read them out first. Yes.
Speaker, all we said was that we can't do it the way it is done. We can't ratify so much irregularities. This should be taken back for bidding, competitive bidding. But then I wanted to hear what the Action SA submission is, because we're just told that somebody else would read the recommendation. So that I don't draft the draft, we can just reconcile and submit one thing.
It's fine, but let me just read out this one because I have this one. The recommendation reads as follows: that council take cognizance of the report, but refer back to MPEC for further scrutiny. Would that suffice? Yes, Ratikwan? Yes. Okay. I think you're aligned. Thank you very much. Yes. As a minute. Thank you. Let's proceed to the next item. MMC Wakeling. You are fine. Thank you. Thank you very much, MMC Wakes. Let's proceed to the next item, item number 4. It's reference 32871/3. It's from the Group Property Department, proposed lease of portion 441 and a portion of the remainder of the portion 6 of the farm Pretoria Town and Townlands 351 JR to the Gauteng Provincial Government for the development of an integrated transport customer service center. The report appearing on page 363 to page 376, and the recommendations are appearing on page 373. Now, Honorable Councillors, on this item, I only have 2 speakers, one from the EFF and the second one from Action SA. Let's hear from EFF. Councillor Russia, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. We as the EFF welcome the report, as the use of this land will benefit the resident of Tshwane. As the EFF, we believe in building state and government capacity. We hope that the city will alleviate the pressure that other licensing departments are experiencing. We wish that the city will move with speed and resolve this pressure our people are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rashweswe. Just under a minute. Let's go to Action SA. Councillor Pillay, 3 minutes. Councillor Pillay.
Good morning, everybody. As Action SA, we support this report. This will also allow the province, in partnership with the city of Tshwane, to expand the licensing services to the west of the city, including Atteridgeville, Lodium, and other surrounding areas. This facility will also service some communities from the Northwest Province like Harties and Brits. Let us continue to take the services to our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Pillay from Action SA. As recommended. Thank you, councillors. Let's move to part 2 from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 7th of December 2022. Item number 5, reference number 42379/1. This one is from the Office of the City Manager, request for council to condone and approve the further acting of the Group Head City Strategies and Organizational Performance, CSOP, the report on page 3 to 32 with recommendations appearing on page 7. I have a number of speakers on this item. Let's start from the ANC, Councillor JJ Baloyi, 3 minutes, Councillor JJ.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Having due regards the report and its content, as the ANC, we reject the further extension of Mr. Sphumele Tshwane contract. Section 3C of the Local Government Municipal System Amendment Act 22 provides that a person appointed in terms of paragraph A subsection 2 may not be appointed to act for a period that exceeds 3 months. A question then arises on why is the DA-led coalition so adamant on extending this contract and many others? What exactly do they stand to benefit from it? Speaker, it is illegal for the DA-led coalition to approve the decision of further extending the contract. The ANC has nothing personal or political against Mr. Tshwane. We are consistent with the law. If they want to bring him back, it should be done in the right manner. The correct procedure should be followed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor JJ from the ANC. Let's proceed to the EFF. Councillor Dibakwane, 3 minutes, Councillor Dibakwane, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker.
Executive Mayor, it is evident that you and your coalition partners have no political will to end the ending of the acting happening in the city. You continue to appoint people to act in critical positions because of the mess you want the city to be in. You do not want anyone to account for it in future. We are tired of this actor as if we are tired of this actor as if we are in a badly written Hollywood movie. Therefore, as EFF caucus, we don't support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dibakwane. Let's go to the Action SA. That will be Councillor Mnama. Councillor Mnama, 3 minutes from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you, Dr. Makwarela. One of the core values of Action SA is to professionalize the public service. According to Section 56 of the Local Municipal System Act 32 of 2000, read as follows. A person appointed in terms of paragraph A, Roman figure 2, may not be appointed to act for a period that exceeds 3 months, provided that a municipal council may, in a special circumstances and on a good cause shown, apply to the apply in writing to the MEC for local government to extend the period of appointment contemplated in the paragraph A. Furthermore, Speaker, the acting policy which was agreed upon and signed by the City of Tshwane and the South African Municipal Workers Union, paragraph 3, state the following. Acting duties should preferably and if possible be rotated between personnel. This is not only to prevent the unnecessary payment of acting allowance, thus ensuring cost-effective of the system, but also to ensure that employees gain higher level experience through the rotation of duties. Speaker, according to the article in the Harvard Business Review of 25 June 2019, an analysis of 1,360 degrees review found that women outscored men 17 out of 19 capabilities that differentiate excellent leaders from average or poor ones. Some of the capabilities, just to mention few, Speaker, it reads that women display high integrity and honesty. They develop others. They drive results. They inspire and motivate others. They resolve problems and analyze issues. They take initiative. This is just to mention few. Based on the above, for the purpose of not leaving a vacuum, that service delivery should continue, Speaker, we support the report. And furthermore, we like to encourage swift action in filling of vacant positions. Action SA urges the city manager to disband Section 56 Boys Club that we are witnessing and prioritize the appointment of women. We request that we fix it, Tshwane. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mnama. From the Patriotic Alliance, Councillor William Moses, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Speaker. I greet you all protocols observed. Dr. Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance would like to register its dissenting vote against the foregoing item. Dr. Speaker, the PA is not in agreement with the reoccurring 3-month acting posts and hereby requests to vote against the appointment and for the minutes to reflect as such. Acting appointments are not beneficial to the city as there is no accountability of acting officials, and in turn, it contributes to the mismanagement of finances. Hence, today the city finds itself in deep financial shambles, as we have witnessed in the last AGM report. And I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Debbie from the Patriotic Alliance. Now let's go to the RCT, Councillor Lex Middlebeck, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past year, similar requests served in Council over and over. I have consistently refused to support these items, and for the same reasons, I will do so today again. In her audit report, the Auditor General highlighted the total degradation of the municipality's internal control environment. Senior managers are key to the integrity of that control environment. Acting appointees have nothing invested in their office. They have no mandate to plan in the long term. They know they are likely not to be appointed permanently, and they know that by the time accountability for what they do arrives, they will no longer be there. Like our past municipal manager, who, may I remind all in this council, was the official who signed off on the quality assurance certificate of our now infamous annual financial statements. We are probably all aware of how that turned out. It is now 1.5 years after this government took office. It had enough time to line its ducks up into a row. The fact that it has not is evidence of an irresolute, limp-wristed and planless executive, uncertain of where it is headed and how it intends to arrive at its destination. I believe my remarks in the many previous meetings where I addressed the same issue and when I had my vote against the approvals minuted are now vindicated. I dare say also that whoever votes for this item and the 2 items following on this will be voting for the next qualified audit, because this is exactly what we were warned against by the Auditor General in her report. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, I request that my vote against this item, as well as the next item, item 6 and item 7 to follow, shall again be minuted. I have asked for speaking opportunities on both those items. I will waive them if you acknowledge that my votes against will be minuted. I will have no party in perpetuating our current infamy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Lex Middlebeck. Yes, MMC would like to round it up. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I think there's just 2 parts to this report I would like to discuss quickly. The one part is the condemnation part from January up till the end, from the 1st of January till the end of January, that we request that we would condone that portion of the recommendation. But we would like further to sponsor an alternative name in place of Mr. Tshwane, is that Mr. Albertus van Zyl will start acting from the 1st of February till the end of April 2023 until we finalize the appointments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just bring that amendment so we read it out to honorable councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor. MMC Wakes, I read to you the amendment. Wakely. Thank you. All right. It reads as follows: that the name of Mr. S. Kwai be replaced with Mr. A. Van Sale as acting group head from 1st February 2023 to 30 April 2023. As amended. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ramabotu and Alderman Maleke in that particular fashion. Let's start with Councillor Ramabotu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this is greetings to all councillors. This is very sad what the DA is planning to do with this city, which is something that they failed to do the past 7 years. I mean, they've been running this city from 2016 and they can't even take responsibility till today. Every time when there are issues, they keep on blaming others. And there in Cape Town, where they govern, they have a clean audit. They have a clean...
Councillors, please don't do that. Yes, Councillor Ramabotu, please speak.
They have a clean audit, which we congratulate them. But it's evident that here they are having a liability. And they don't want to admit that this guy is failing them dismally. And they are going to fall on their sword. Now, we don't agree with this Afrikaner that they want to bring here. Because there's a tendency, a witch hunt, and it's led by even the city manager, of trying to isolate executive black administrators in this city. And that is racism at the highest level. We don't care what you say. If you come and try to replace black professionals with white friends of the DA, cadre deployment that you are fighting in court to the ANC, you are bringing it here. That's hypocrisy. You can't fight ANC with cadre deployment. You come, you bring it here, and then we must laugh. It's not going to happen. You are hypocrites. You must introspect. You can't run us like that. So we don't agree, and it's not going to happen. We are not even going to vote. There's no vote. We are tired of being bullied with majority here. Some Mickey Mouse majority. It's not going to happen. Not anymore. We are discussing this issue. We are deliberating in terms of the legislation and the rules. We are not going just to vote as if we are voting cows. Let's convince each other. Why do you want to put that person as an acting? Give us a reason. Give us a reason. We are not ambassadors here. We are councillors equally so. So give us a reason, then let's deliberate on this matter. Thank you.
Alderman Malek. Alderman Malek.
No, we want to record our dissenting vote. We were very clear, explicit about our views. We are tired, Speaker. We requested that you get an update in terms of interviews, what is planned about filling these vacancies. If that is not communicated to you, we're not supporting any of these reports that seeks to request acting capacity.
I must really say that this morning I had a very quick tete-a-tete with the city manager. I had a brief meeting. Okay. No, thank you. So I said I'm trying to respond to. Okay, order. Thank you.
No, agree, Speaker. We must not be like we are in the late Vosmar 5 Stockville somewhere in Mabupan. We must speak about the legislation. You met the city manager in terms of what? Which mandate? Just brief us. Maybe other councillors are not aware that in terms of the legislation, in terms of oversight, whatever, on which basis were you meeting the city manager, and how many times do you meet? Do you meet often, or it's a once-off arrangement? What is happening in the city? What is happening? We want to understand.
No, thanks. I wanted to assist. I was responding to Alderman Maleke. Can I speak? And I have noted you. Oh, okay. Ngale.
Order, Speaker. Let's use the rules. I said so. I've raised a point of order. The rule says you must respond. You can't take a point of order on top of the point of order because that guy is wearing a traditional shirt that is very ugly. Now we must have a problem here.
No, thanks. Let me, in line with the rules and orders, not so much about the traditional shirt. I was taking you to confidence that as per the recommendation from Alderman Malek, I had a brief with regard, remember items when they come to council, they are now council items under my custodianship. So the city manager was briefing me on the progress, just very briefly, and he assured me that all these appointments are almost concluded. So that when we deal with these items here, we must bear that in mind. So he was just taking me into confidence that the administration, as per the law, it's concluding all the appointments that we are dealing with today. So he wanted me just to bear that in mind. So I'm just bringing it to yourself that it's not a peculiar arrangement. It was just to make me aware, so I make you aware that council has always been very much concerned with acting on top of acting, and I think you are on record, councillors, that this acting, Hollywood and whatsoever, must come to an end. So he was just bringing me to speed insofar as the progress is concerned. It was brief, so I can't even recall all of them by when they should be concluded, but the general conclusion is that they are due to be concluded, Alderman Malek, so that some of them may not even complete this acting period as far as the timeframes are concerned. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. Now, as recommended, yes, thank you very much. Let's proceed to the next. Okay, let's divide the house. Don't say to the rules and orders, unless if you want to change the rules and orders. Oh yes, I think it's proper that we record the dissenting voice. Voices, not one voice. Voices, one from RCT, and the ANC caucus also is registered. We are saying this so that the system records it. So we are recording these dissenting voices. As recommended. Yes, Councillor Mpo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the party leader of the EFF has made a proposal that the people that are replacing this one with the other, they must take us into confidence and explain why this one, not this one, because this was not contained in the report. We're not privy, we're not able to check what is happening. So he said that is a proposal. Please entertain that proposal.
Thank you very much. MMC Waiting, please round it up before we conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. On all this item and the next two items, we are already in the final stages of doing the appointments and engagement. So there's nothing more to say. As you rightly said, you've given the status feedback. We don't want people to act. We want people to come and be permanently employed as per the new legislation. And it's for that reason that we want to finalize and appoint people fit for purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Mateula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the proposal by the EFF leader was that we be provided with reasons why this one is replacing this one. And that question has not been answered, Speaker. Can we please entertain this issue, Speaker? Whoever, but Speaker, you're not listening to me. But whoever speaker, I must wait for you. Because, speaker, so whoever is actually running this acting should give us the reasons why they want this person to act. That's what we are asking, speaker. So simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's so simple that MMC concluded this discussion. Yes, Councillor Ramawut.
You know, Speaker, I think, the DA and Action SA, maybe let me say the DA for now, because the time of Sonny Simanga, Action SA was not even, the sexual arrangement was not even proposed to come with someone called Action SA. It was a fantastic. So I remember when the former mayor, Mr. Msimanga, took a podium. He told the ANC that during the ANC administration, there were too many acting. It was like a Hollywood. He's on record. 7 years back. We are now 7 years with the DA. The same DA mayor who told the people of Tshwane that he's against the acting senior managers that were acting here in Tshwane under the ANC. They are going to make sure that that thing comes to an end. Where is that speech? Maybe this thing of leaving Democratic Alliance, not holding it accountable, is wrong. They are not special. Are they going to use their color to intimidate us? It's not going to work. Imagine if these things were done by a black party. All of them, they were going to be with lobby groups, including going to courts, human...
Point of order. Yes, Councillor Makaling.
What is happening?
Point of order.
Where? Where is the point of order? Are they...
Yeah, Speaker, nko re thushe man. O ka se no dumella motho a bolela kgafetsa le gona a dira temana tlhogo. Nko fokotse tabeng. Monnela o dira statement se se telele bjalo o ka re a re tsebe rena ke point of order goba keng. Mo kgaotše re kgone go move on. MMC o feditše ka taba tšeo and then re kgone go tšwela pele. E reme ka slepe wena Speaker.
Speaker. Thank you very much. I think let's move on. MMC has closed this debate, and we can't reopen it according to the rules and orders. The rules and orders say the MMC can close the debate. He has done that, so I didn't know what that hand was all about. So let's move on. As recommended. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ramawut.
I'm not trying to prolong this item, but my worry is that it looks like these people of the DA, I don't know which rule are they using. They give you instructions. They give you instructions. It's very worrying. They think you are their kid. They come here, they don't even raise any section. They just tell you that Remeka slap with confidence. We are debate. We are busy trying to engage on matters. Then here is the guy saying Remeka slap. I mean, we jokes aside, we are saying we don't have a problem with the name that you have raised. It's your own Cape Town arrangement. But why are you choosing to ignore that black person who was in that position? Just give us a reason so that part of the reason why we had that advance audit report. Some of our problem is that we couldn't help the executive accountable as councillors. We are trying to do that now. We've been not been taken serious. Tell us, Chief, you MMC, useless MMC, tell us.
Councillor Ramawut, let's play by the rules and orders. We are moving on to the next item. Item number 6, reference number 95498/1. Councillor Matiul.
Speaker, point of order on you, Speaker. You're ruling, Speaker. You are not consistent. Earlier here in this council, you said to us, when someone raises a point of order, there is no one who can raise a point of order before they finished. You ruled that way. Now, the party leader of the EFF is raising a point of order. Someone there with a chameleon t-shirt is raising a point of order and you're taking that point of order and you are agreeing to what he's saying. What is that, Speaker? Please assist us.
Thank you very much. Let me assist you in terms of Rule 36. You are so irrelevant. We are proceeding. Thank you. Now, item number 6, reference number 95498/1, Office of the City Manager, request for council to condone and approve the further acting of the Chief Audit Executive, CAE, the report on page 33 to 63, with recommendations on page 36. In my list, I have a couple of speakers, just like the prior item. Let's start with ANC, Councillor Mazibuko, ANC, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to obtain approval from Council for further acting of Mr. Luthando Gobinga as the Chief Audit Executive from the 1st of January 2023 to the 31st of March 2023 on month-to-month basis, not exceeding 3 months. And for Council to conduct the acting of Mr. Luthando Gobinga as the Chief Audit Executive from the 1st of January to the 31st of January 2023. Speaker, as the ANC or African National Congress, we reject the further extension of Mr. Luthando Gobinga's contract. Speaker, the recruitment process of Chief Audit Executive was advertised on the 31st of July 2022. Group Human Capital Management submitted a report to Council at this meeting held on the 24th of November 2022, titled Advertisement and Selection of Senior Management Positions, and this report was approved. So why is that this position is not being filled permanently? What's the agenda does the FDA have, FDA-led coalition have in extending this contract? Speaker, FDA-led coalition made it a norm to extend contract instead of permanently fulfilling up vacancies. They have turned this entire council into their own puppet show, and this must come to a stop. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mazibuko from the ANC. Let's turn our attention to the EFF. Councillor Mnisi, 3 minutes.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. As the EFF, we don't support this acting position because, Speaker, this uncertainty disrupts effective governance, and ultimately, this affects service delivery, which has completely collapsed. We call on the city to advertise and appoint capable people and stop this acting. We also know that people who act, they are not invested in those positions. We are so tired, Speaker, because you keep on imposing this acting thing on us. We've complained about this for far too long. As the EFF, we would like to make our position clear that we no longer want this acting position reports. Stop with these scheme-sum acting positions and follow proper procedures. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mnisi. Yes, MMC Wakeling.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Can I wrap up?
Councillor MMC Wakeling. You will wrap up in due course. If you could just wait, I will trigger you to do that. Thank you. The next speaker is from Action SA, Councillor Mnama, please, 3 minutes. You waive your right to speak. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the Patriotic Alliance. Councillor Debbie, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Speaker. I refer to the deliberations given on item 5, and I would like to register our dissenting vote against the foregoing item. And please let the minutes also reflect as such. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's now trigger MMC Wakeling to wrap up. Thank you, MMC Wakeling.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, can I just remind Council, we were really already in October to do the appointment when legislation had changed, based on the fact that we are not allowed to not allowed to appoint 5-year contracts anymore. Based on that, we had to redo the whole process again, and that resulted in the delay. The result now is that we have finalized the shortlisting. We are already in the process to start doing the interviews. But be that as it may, just to ensure that we are compliant, I would like to propose the following changes and amendments. One, that we would condone the acting of Mr. Lutandu Kombinga as acting up to the end of January, and then replace his name with May El Poo to act from the 1st of February till the 30th of April, 2023. Thank you. Sorry.
It's not only for speak. Go away. Go away, yes, Soto. Okay, thank you. I don't know. Keep away, Soto. Okay. Now I read to you the amendment. We propose the following amendments: that one, condonation be given for Mr. Lutando Gobinga, acting as group audit executive up to the 31st. Your handwriting, MMC, January has lapsed or it's passed. So I think you need to okay. Acting as group executive up to 31 January 2023. That Mr. Lutando Gobinga name be replaced with Mr. Boe to act as group audit executive from 1st February 2023 to 30 April 2023. As amended. And we point of information.
I want to check with you, Speaker. Mr. Poe, from the 1st of February to date, what was he doing? Because we're just dealing with this report today. Or she or he or everyone. What was she doing until to date? Because we are dealing with this matter here.
MMC.
The original report was served in January already, and it's from that position that we are talking, and not from today. Thanks, you.
Thank you. I think he has answered the question. Now, MMC, I think that just repeat slowly. Okay, repeat it slowly, Councillor Tlhapa. Thank you. Tlhapa, what do you mean because you are talking?
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. The point I'm trying to make is that the report's already served in January in Council, and we wanted to present those amendments then already. Because it's a continuation meeting, we would assume that this date of today is still the one in January. So that's the continuation meeting.
So, let's wait again. You want to speak?
Speaker. So what the MMC is saying is that that meeting is a continuation that we had last week, if I'm correct. It is a continuation of that meeting. So the member who was acting group head, his date is ending today because there is still a continuation, so we have not concluded. So we don't want to backdate it to the 1st of February. So they must amend their thing that they are approving his acting from today because council is sitting up today. We're not there on the 1st of February. We're not there.
Yeah, Councillor Nshapo, I think you would appreciate what MMC said earlier on that the can I respond? Can I talk? Can I talk? Thank you, Councillor Nshapo. MMC had indicated that we are condoning these things because the report would have served in time. So, but we postponed to this. So they are amending that to cater for that. So therefore, we are condoning what would have logically happened correctly. Yeah, but we have to condone as council because of circumstances. Thank you very much. As amended, we have recorded the ANC dissenting voice and EFF and Lex RCT. Thank you. Let's proceed to the next item, item number 7. Please note me. Alderman and then Councillor Mhlongo, in that order. Let's start with Alderman Maleke. Thank you.
No, thanks, Speaker. The issue of rules and the law must be respected, Councillor Kingsley. Therefore, we don't assume that things fall within a particular framework. Therefore, those notes are important before reports are tabled. That bear in mind that this was supposed to have happened so that we speak on record. It's recorded. Because what we are doing, in essence, you want us to assume that because there was a postponement that was given that these reports are still in order. It doesn't work like that. Now, that's the first point, that before reports are tabled, Mayoral Committee must take us through that remember the following, because we don't approve retrospectively. We don't do that. We approve reports that are before us. Then if this needs to be amended, don't amend but bring notes so that council is taken on board and it's on record that we are taking cognizance that dates might have changed, but this is what we are doing. So that we do not keep quiet and assume that everybody knows and it's given. Number 2, one thing that I'm observing, MMC Kingsley, is that in this city, everybody acts. Then you can take a deputy director somewhere or a director somewhere, and they act in senior positions. It doesn't work like that. Therefore, a person following in the order hierarchy in the office must act in that position because they've got a different responsibility in terms of the management. Therefore, in this city, they take somebody somewhere there. Any person can act in these positions. I'm saying other people do not fall within the management. Therefore, it's unfair how we are doing it, and it's totally irregular and unlawful. Let's pay attention to what we are doing because many of the things that we are doing, they're incorrect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman Maleke. I take solace from the earlier information that was dispensed that all these positions are in the process of being concluded. And we hope that treatment will correct all the anomalies that that we are raising here. Yes, Councillor Masibu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker,
with due respect, sorry, Councillor Masibu, let's give Councillor Mhlongo, I noted earlier on, and then you will be next. Yes, Councillor Mhlongo.
When I Speaker, when I call you to order on the behavior you have towards me and the attitude you give me, you shut me down. But it's fine, let's leave that. Speaker, you see that the decision you have taken that council is not going to continue after 5 is going to become a problem. Now we've got reports that were supposed to have been approved the previous month. Now they are coming here in February. Whereas now a person has started acting before approval of council. Now you come here, you want us to ratify that decision you've taken. Because of that decision you took, that we are just going to be lazy. When it's 5 o'clock, we'll go on a dinner date. We will not continue with finishing business of council. We must finish business of council on the day a council meeting is convened. Reconsider a decision of ending council meetings at 5 Speaker. We are all here, we are councillors, we are not rushing anywhere. We are paid to do business of council. Let's do it until the business of council has been completed. Before you continue with that decision of yours, that 5 o'clock, if you look at the time now and the manner in which we are moving, I promise you won't be finished at 5 o'clock. Let's seek the council meeting of February, the ordinary council meeting of February, when we have to do budget adjustment. If you will allow us to go home before 5, before budget adjustment, perhaps this month when we do the budget adjustment speak, we must keep calling caucuses until it's 5 o'clock. Then after 5, we go home without adjusting the budget. Let's see if we're going to postpone the council or not. Or we postpone it when we've got some dinner date somewhere. We don't know what's happening, Speaker.
Councillor Mshongo. Councillor Mshongo, I think it's regrettable that this input is coming from a woman. This it's not my decision. And I think if you would have listened to me correctly, there are structures in this council. Now we have what we call the programming committee, which is a structure that set and deliberated on these items. Now, part of their deliberations was that when we finish our meetings late, women in particular are at high and great risk. Some don't even have transport to travel very far. And now I think you are taking us back. And I think the chief whip of EFF was very much useful in that debate. So I think I would rule that I refer you to your chief whip, who will take you into in trouble, please. And then we will have a progressive way forward. If the decision is to be reviewed, so be it. But I don't think it should be our intention to derail the progress of the meeting so that we don't conclude. There's no reason not to conclude. So please, let's be progressive and maintain the decorum of the House. Councillor Mazibuko, you are next. Let's allow Councillor Mazibuko to speak. Yes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think as Council said, we also need to ensure that all these appointments, they actually aligned with our Local Government Municipal System Amendment Act. We don't want to see ourselves appointing people and we are also contravening the very same act. Secondly, Speaker, we also need to check section 9.11.4 of Cost Containment Policy Act. That stipulates that prior to the appointment of any acting employee, it must be ensured that there is sufficient budget within the cost center and commitment item, the GL account. So now, as Council, each and every time on this appointment reports, we don't get such giving substance as to why are we keep on appointing, acting. And as Council, we must also guard against the contravention of such an act. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mazibuko. Let me. Okay, Councillor Kasha.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, a lot happens in a day in a city. We can't just say we're just employing anyone because we'll be having permanent people in 2 months. When those 2 people come into the city, a lot of things will have went wrong, and we want to take, who will take responsibility for that? So every appointment must be done with diligence and must be done in perfection. We can't just say we employ anyone. And we want to know, they are changing names and we are approving as council, and I'm part of that council that is approving, but I don't even know those people and they are not even part of the board. At least a synopsis of who they are and where the position they held before can assist us in having confidence that they are the right people to take the positions and lead us in council. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I rule that we go back to the item. It has already been closed, and let's deliberate in forthcoming reports. Item number 7. Yes, order, Councillor Benjamin.
Speaker, you see, this thing of you always saying it has been closed, we are going with the, this is what brought us the adverse report. The majority that side was approving things wrongfully without even understanding what is happening. The city has collapsed due to this conduct, Speaker. Can you please try and rectify that? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Avrut. Section 38, we are proceeding. Thank you. Item number 7, reference number 89235/1. Office of the City Manager, request for council to condone and approve the acting of the Chief Financial Officer, CFO, report on page 64 to 80 with recommendations on page 67. On this item, I only have a number of speakers like prior items. Let's go back to ANC. Councillor Mazibuko, you are next. 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Councillor Mazibuko.
Councillor Bushielo speaks on the item.
It was written by Richard.
Yes, Councillor Bushielo.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sir, you were saying something about Councillor Marshall? No. Oh yes. No. You are right actually. Sorry, let me correct that. You still gonna go ahead and speak, Councillor Chair?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. I think if I was Councillor Kingsley, I was just going to take my bag and go, because most of the time we have been appraised with the reports that are coming from his department. It seems he's sleeping on duty. So what I wanted to raise here from the ANC around this item, where you are seeking the council approval to condone the acting of the CFO. As the ANC, we are rejecting that report with the content it deserves. But I wanted to raise two issues. If you look in the report is indicating to us that on the 24th of November 2022, Council approved the extension of the CFO contract, but however, on the 2nd of December, the city manager terminated the contract of the employment of the chief financial officer with immediate effect. As the ANC, we are not going to accept that kind of conduct, because it's tantamount of usurping powers of council.
Yes.
All the sections 56 appointments are approved or appointed by the council. We have extended the contract of the CFO. We have not terminated. We are still waiting as the council that report which terminate the services of the CFO. That's number one. Number two, we have heard widely in the media that there was a settlement agreement. The mayoral committee does not have powers to enforce, to instruct even the city manager to enter into settlement agreement. Settlement agreement of section 56 are within the purview of this council. So as the ANC, we are rejecting this kind of conduct, and we are saying these kind of conducts are the one that will continue getting an adverse audit finding. So we are saying, Dr. Speaker, this coalition government is not working for the citizens or the residents of the city. By continuing having this coalition government is not going to be helpful or beneficial to the resident of the city. So we are saying we are rejecting the report, and we are saying we need to
do thorough investigation of what happened on the, because the determination is unlawful. It is unlawful. That is why this coalition government are using majority powers even to approve reports that are illegal. We have witnessed it now. They forced their way through to approve reports that are unlawful, and we are allowing them to do that as the presiding officer. Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Shielo. Next up, it's Councillor Ramabutu from EFF. 3 minutes, Councillor Ramabutu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me start by saying yesterday I drove around because I thought maybe I'm the one who is negative about the DA. So I drove around in the different wards. I went to Ward 4, I went to Ward 2, I even went to this one's Ward 82, there in Lenwood, this useless mayor of yours. Because I know what is happening in the township, so I thought maybe let me try to check. I can tell you Ward 2, if one can go to Pretoria North now, you will think it's some failed African state. It's like Zaire. It's bad. Very bad. I can tell you, you can defend yourself with majority. It's bad. So I have pictures here of potholes, of dumping areas, of sewer leaking, everything in what 4 is worse. Then I went to this one's ward, and I remember there was allegations that this one is only working for his constituency there, where he's very selfish. It's like Zigalala, who once stole a water tank. So his ward is very clean, this mayor. Very clean, and I'm told it's the best service ever. And I can tell you, if we can make investigation out of 107 wards, he is the only ward of Randall executive mayor that is clean. Now, let's go and address this city manager who wants to be a politician, because it looks like the city manager wants to come and sit this side. And I know it's not fair to speak to him and he can't respond. It's not fair. But we will have to speak to him because he's also descending into arena. He's busy fiddling with our responsibility. Which section did the...
Sorry, Councillor Ramoto, it's a point of order. Point of order.
Useless.
Thank you, Speaker. And a point of information, Ward 82 is the best run ward because I am the ward councillor and it's not an ANC councillor. Thank you.
Point of information, Ward 82 is the best run ward out of 107 wards. Yes, let's proceed.
Yeah, that's what I've said. She doesn't want to listen. I said the only word that is being given a
Councillor Nhlapo, let Councillor Nhlapo. Please withdraw that, Councillor Nhlapo. Withdrawing. Yes, now Councillor Ramabutu.
So it confirms what I've been saying, that the only word that is prioritized is the Ward 82. So here we are a 40 billion, more than 40 billion budget, Ward 82. Is for Ward 82 for this guy. So the city manager, if he wants to be a politician, is welcome to come this side. There are empty chairs there. He can sit there and appoint and dismiss section 56 employees. Can do that. He's allowed if he wants to deal with that. Now, he must tell us, maybe this council must take a decision that city manager must respond with a letter to council on which basis did he suspended the CFO. We are not saying the CFO is right. We deal with principle in terms of legislation so that we know as councillors what is our role in terms of holding those executives accountable. Now, if you check this Councillor Matebi, if you check this Act of Municipal Financial Management Act, you can go to page by page. In terms of that report of the AG, the city manager and the mayor points exactly what they failed to do or what they were supposed to do. They have decided to take all the blame to the CFO. Is it correct to do that? I don't know the CFO, is not my friend, but I'm saying, what were the responsibility of the mayor? Did the mayor exercise his duties in terms of section 131A of the MFMA? What did you do, my brother? Because it's your duty to make sure that the fiscals of this city are going the right direction. Why always you are a victim? When are you going to take responsibility? Now, let me take you to section 52 of general responsibility.
Hey, Councillor Ramabut, you are over time. Let me give you a few seconds to wrap up.
I can't. You've been appointing some people here, like wasting my time. Take my 2 minutes from that way.
Yeah, I've compensated already.
What 82% took my 2 minutes? So get it from the what 82. I want to use it now. Please, we are not going to be.
No, I did. Just finish. I did. It's already 6 minutes.
One for Cope also. The 3 minutes. So if you go to the section 52, the general responsibility, mayor, you fail to do your responsibility, and every time you want to blame officials. So we want to understand, in terms of section 122 of the preparation of the financial statements, you yourself quarterly, in terms of the legislation, you must come here and give us statements. Were you not aware about the situation in the city and the finances of the city? Why do you want to react like every normal person? What was your duty? What did you do to avoid this financial misconduct that happened in the city? You wake up in the morning and blame one individual. The whole city blame one individual.
I think I've given you enough time, Councillor Ramawat. Thank you. So let's take the next speaker. Thank you, councillors. Let's take the next speaker. Thank you very much, Councillor Ramabutu. From Action SA, Councillor Mnama, 3 minutes. Thank you.
There was an order there. The white people were raising orders. Can you?
Councillor Mnama, 3 minutes.
Speaker, I think you must consider the contents of the message that was shared by our caucus leader.
Councillor Mnama, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mnama, can you speak?
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA acknowledges the acting appointment of Chief Financial Officer. For the past 10 months, Action SA has been consistently and perpetually advocating for the eradication of the city Section 56 Boys Club. We have on numerous occasions highlighted the dominance of males in the upper echelons of the management. Should the city of Tshwane wish to join the rest of the progressive world, it needs to take the issue of diversity and inclusion seriously. Also, although this is an acting position, we see it as a move in the right direction. We wish to make it clear that we are not happy with this continuation and condonment of acting. Our objective is that the city needs to fill the vacant position as soon as possible. In the process of filling in those positions, we urge the city manager to be guided by the research and reputable case study that shows women can turn the organizations around. An article by Thomas Komoro titled Business Case of Women in Leadership, featured in Forbes magazine, states that women leaders don't just improve financial performance metrics, they also de-risk firm performance. For example, by reducing the likelihood of lawsuits, reputational scandals, and corporate crimes. Economists recently noted women are generally less corrupt and more moral than men. Given the recent findings by the Auditor General against the City of Tshwane's annual report, we need to urgently create stability by filling the vacant position and do away with acting. However, we support and wish Mrs. Ntabise Mokete the best in acting role of a CFO. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's break for lunch for 1 hour and then we'll continue. Oh, it's back. It's back. Councillors, sorry. Councillors, let's just close this item and then break for lunch. Okay, okay, Tamayang.
Speaker, we are recommending that you close off the item which we have already debated. As recommended.
You recommend us what? We close, Baba.
confident that she
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome back from lunch. Let's get settled and establish our quorum so that we may proceed. We don't have time on our side. Just on a lighter note, the chairperson of APC says, in response to the AG's adverse opinion, that if we want to turn this situation around, we need to lead by example. And one of the remarks he said upon observation of our conduct is that when we ask for caucuses, we say 10 minutes, we come back 30 minutes later. Lunchtime, we come back. Chapo.
Aaron, can you please take your seat, please? I'm waiting for you. Aaron? Aaron, Marleka, please take your seat. I'm waiting for you.
Councillors, one more time, welcome back from lunch. Let's settle down so we may establish a quorum that we may proceed in favor of our short time left. let's take our seats. Whipper, please check that your caucus members are back. We are well beyond our lunchtime. Alderman Malek, please just check that your members are back. Yeah, thank you. Councillors, we have been waiting for you. Those who are still standing, we were waiting for you. Please take your seats. We were waiting for you. Please take your seats. Councillor Subutana, we were waiting for you. Please take your seat. Yes. Alderman Deploy, we were waiting for you and you still need more time. Please take your seat. Chair of Chairs of Council. MMC Peggy DeBrand, please take your seats. We were waiting for you. Thank you very much, councillors. Welcome back from your lunch break. We are now confirmed a quorum. Yes, Alderman Maleke.
No, let's do it properly, Speaker. Then the rule says at any point when we feel that we are not a quorum, we can therefore request that you count us. Then let's do it properly. Because when you're doing it alone, you are leaving us behind. Then do it properly. We are requesting that you check whether we're still a quorum.
Alderman, I don't know what is the issue because I said we are now confirmed that we are a quorum. Alderman Maleke, we are doing exactly that. Alderman Maleke, we are doing exactly that. It's okay. You can sit down. We are following. We are following what you're saying. We are in agreement. Thank you. Councillors, in terms of section, Alderman Malek, let's take you to the correct section, which is 5. Yes. Now, in terms of that, we are 117, and therefore we form a quorum. Therefore, we can proceed with the meeting. Thank you very much. Those councillors who are still standing, please let's maintain the decorum of the House. Thank you. We were still concluding item number 7, and the next speaker, I see she's not here from Patriotic Alliance. I will, and Councillor Middlebeck said he abstained, and therefore he waived his right to speak on this item. As recommended. Thank you. Let's go to item number 8. Item number 8 is reference number 81733/1. Emergency Services Department. Disaster Management 2021-22 Annual Report to the Gauteng Provincial Disaster Management Center. The report on page 81 to 124 with recommendations appearing on page 88. I only have one speaker from the ANC on this item, and that will be Councillor Mashola. Councillor Mashola, 3 minutes. Thank you.
No, he's not here. I'm speaking on behalf of Councillor Mashola.
Thank you, Alderman Maleke. You can go for it. 3 minutes.
Speaker, if you can remember or recall that in November, if not October, this report was tabled. And if members of the executive feel that there are things that were left out, they must rescind the first report and bring updates in this report, or refer this report to section 79. We can't have this report again in this council because we dealt with it and it was considered. Therefore, we are requesting that we should do the right thing, refer it to section 79, or rescind the first report with all its recommendations and have this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now go for the MMC. This is, that was the only speaker. MMC, please round it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I take note of what was said. In the previous occasion, when this report was tabled, there were two comments that were missing from the report from two departments. One was water and sanitation, and the other one was the housing department. And it was referred back in order to obtain their comments, which was now obtained, and actually the comment says no comment. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I think there is alignment there. Oh, yes, Alderman Malik.
No, MMC, if you have things that were left out, rescind the first report and bring the second report, because there are recommendations in the first report. And our assumption is that this is it's a legislated report that we needed to submit. Hence, we agreed to it. Now, rescind the first report and bring these changes in the new report. You can't bring two reports. Which one are you going to submit?
Thank you, Speaker. We did submit the report with a note that it was not yet approved by Council. And the recommendation is exactly the same as what it was. What was missing in the content of the report were the comments by two departments, which was obtained and included in the report. But the recommendation is exactly as it was in November. Thank you, Chair.
Alderman, you get the point. Yeah, but he says our resolution was to send back that report based on those omissions. Am I getting you right, Alderman Grant?
Speaker, this report was withdrawn at that meeting because of the missing information, and now it is submitted. Thank you.
So the report was withdrawn, so it was not. Okay, no, it's fine.
We should have one if that one was not passed. If it was passed, we need to rescind the first one.
Executive Mayor, please. Executive Mayor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. To our knowledge, Dr. Speaker, the report was withdrawn. So there was no council approval given. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's go to item number 9. From part 3, from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 4th of January 2023. Reference number 01532/1, Group Financial Services Department. Deviation from tender process for the month of October 2022 of 2022-23 financial year. The report on page 3 to 7 with recommendations on the last page 7. On this item, I have a couple of speakers. I will start with the ANC, Councillor Shiel. 3 minutes.
Yeah, the ANC take cognizance of the report, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Shielo. EFF, they are not here, so we go to Action SA, MMC, Osiema. 3 minutes.
Okay, no, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the city is currently under extreme and severe financial constraints. And while we are striving to salvage the situation, it is necessary, Speaker, to ensure that diligence and competency are applied when dealing with service delivery related issues and the administration thereof. So, Speaker, while we understand the agency and considerations of deviations which we support, we commend the responsible department for taking a bold step of refusing, Speaker, to work with unqualified service provider. If you are not qualified, there is no how we can put you in a role of saving people. So, Speaker, Action SA is disappointed and disturbed by the fact that a non-accredited company that I don't want to mention by name was appointed for a period of 3 years from 1 February 2022 to provide such crucial services while it's not even qualified to do so. So the company was not accredited, Speaker, by the South African Qualifications and Certification Committee of Gas, that is SAQCC Gas, to carry out an ammonia plant. So when you look at the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulation 27, 28, and 29, it tells you, it says a bid specification committee must compile the specification for each procurement of goods and services by municipality or its entity. And then it further goes on to say a bid evaluation committee, now it's different from that, must evaluate the bid in accordance with those specifications. That means then there were specifications before to say, this is the kind of company that we need. And then it evaluates each bid according bidder's ability to execute the contract and submit to the adjudication committee and report recommendations regarding the award of the bid. It goes further on to say a bid adjudication committee must consider the report and recommendations of the bid evaluation committee, depending on its delegation, make final award or recommendation to the accounting officer to make a final award, or make another recommendation to accounting officer on how to proceed with the relevant procurement process. So based on this information, Action SA believes that proper procurement process in line with the above was not followed by the committees, which led to the awarding of that tender to this non-accredited company. Or this company might have willfully provided wrong information during the application and the bidding process. Speaker, I would like to proceed to the recommendation that I would like to add. Therefore, Action SA therefore recommends that this report be referred to MPEC for further investigation as to what happened there. The consequence management must be applied on the officials which are involved in the appointment of this company for this contract. And feedback must be provided in this council to say, how have we dealt with that thing? We can't carry on like this. It's compromising service delivery. And then if the said company applied with the false information, Speaker, it must be blacklisted. We are serious about service delivery. Thank you.
MMC, I can see you taking your time. You can submit that electronically? If yeah, then I'll read it. MMC, send it electronically and then you will also sign. You send the signed one for community. Look at WhatsApp, MMC. Okay. We room it. Just take a picture, ka phone. Understand? MMC, leave photo yapala. Okay, it has just arrived. Hey. I think I'm being advised to avoid problems. Just print that. I'm packing this item and then we'll come back. So we do it according to the rules and orders. Please. And next time, I think let's advise others. When you prepare amendments, you must propose and sign, second and sign off. It's per the rules and orders. Thank you very much. Let's pack it and then proceed to the next item from part 4 of our agenda from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 18th January 2023, item number 10, reference number 93010/1, Group Financial Services Department Section 3-2 report of the first quarter of 2022-23 financial year. The report on page 3 to 28 with recommendations on page 28. We have 3 speakers on this item. Let's go back to the ANC, Councillor Oshiro. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. We would like to have a word on this section 32 report for the first quarter of 2022-23 financial year. As the ANC, we are noting the report and the recommendation thereof, especially the recommendation that MPACT must investigate and identify irregular expenditure as required by Section 32(2) of the Municipal Finance Management Act. But as the ANC caucus, Dr. Speaker, we are worried that there is a rampant increase in the irregular expenditure, and the DA coalition doesn't have any concrete plan to cap the expenditure. But what I wanted to remind the House on is that the DA-led government took over the well-oiled institution in 2026. That is the time when we were achieving clean audit, and also when our executive mayor were presiding on the executive that had high regard for financial prudence and also improve on financial improvement. But that is not the same now. We have got the mayor that is presiding over the executive that have got no high regard for financial prudence. That is why we have that escalating irregular expenditure. And also let me remind the House that from 2011, that is a fact, Dr. Speaker, from 2011 to 2016, the city only incurred a regular expenditure for 1.6 billion. But currently, as we speak, as we were vindicated by the audit report, we are sitting at the balance of 10 billion. So what it means, Dr. Speaker, is that every year we are increasing our irregular expenditure by more than $1 billion. So we are expecting that this current financial year that we will be expecting an irregular expenditure of 13 billion. The reason because the DA coalition doesn't have a plan, doesn't have a clue on how are they going to cap this irregular expenditure. Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Shielo from the ANC. Let's proceed to the EFF, Councillor Goodwill Ratikwan. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the EFF does not support this report. The EFF is worried about the rampant corruption and racist government of the DA, and has previously warned the DA about the shenanigans that is doing. The incompetent mayor, in the name of Randall Williams, has made sure that the city systems collapse and deviations are the order of the day. Previously, this mayor withdrew the report that was dealing with the main contract, and this report also led to a partial collapse of the council. And later on, we are now informed about deviations with regards to the same contract. Randall Williams is a liability to this council, and this report is a mere symptom of the failed system. This mayor must do the honorable thing and resign if he still has a bone of honor in him. We have no confidence that the crook and the thug that has broken this system, the systems will be able to fix the same systems. The Auditor General's report is not a mistake, and it further shows that the city will not recover from this mess. The Cape Flats gangster must resign, and resign immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last speaker on this item is Councillor Lex Middlebeck from the RCT. 3 minutes, Councillor Lex.
Mr. Speaker, I yield. I'm speaking on the next item, 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lex. You yield. As recommended. Thank you. Let's proceed to item number 11. Reference number 53355/1. Group Financial Services Department, Municipal Finance Management Act, in-year financial report, monthly and second quarter budget statement for the period ending 31st of December 2022 and mid-year budget assessments. The report on page 29 to 73 with recommendations on page 36. On my list, I have a couple of speakers. Let me turn my attention to the ANC. Alderman Maleke, 3 minutes.
No, I waive my right to speak. Speaker, what will it? Yeah. No.
Yes, Councillor Shea.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. As you can see, the report saying that the actual operating that is realized reflect an unfavorable variance of 898 million, and the operating expenditure is underspent by 3.1 billion. But what we want to raise as a matter of concern from the ANC caucus is that the 1.2 billion that has been spent from unconditional grant, which means that we are having a serious problem of service delivery while we have the money that is sitting around because that money is not spent. We suspect that it's because of the fact of that we don't have leadership in the city, because that is a symptom. If you find that you have got the money that is not spent, you must know that we don't have a political leadership which needs to ensure that that money is spent and is spent accordingly. The other problems that we are very much concerned is that on the liquidity problem of the city. We know that in the past months, the DA coalitions wanted to borrow 1 billion which they have bulldozed it through to borrow 1 billion. But currently now, we are still sitting with the same problem that we can't be able to cover the cost of their fish operation cost. This is a very serious indictment for us as the leadership, as the council. So we are saying that this kind of report must not repeat itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Shiro from the ANC. Just under 2 minutes. Let's proceed to the EFF. Councillor Mloisana, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it was discovered in this report that operating expenditure is underspent by 3.1 billion and are spent conditional grants at 1.2 billion. So we as the EFF, we do not welcome this report because when it comes to the finances of the city, the DA coalition is not fit to run such based on the Auditor General's report. This unspending is very clear when you walk around the city, service delivery has collapsed. Sewer spillage is the order of the day. There is a general degeneration of infrastructure, but Tshwane is underspending. This unspent conditional grant are going to affect our next allocation from Treasury. We still have pit toilets in Tshwane, but we do not spend conditional grants. So, Speaker, as the EFF, we do not welcome this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mloisana, even for correcting me. You were supposed to speak for 1.5 minutes, which you did. The next 1.5 minutes will go to Councillor Mhlongo from EFF. Thank you.
No, I have my right to speak.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mhlongo. Let's go to the Action SA. Councillor Adru Bosch, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker and esteemed members of the House. I greet you today in the name of good governance. Finding wisdom in the old saying that the beam should be taken out of our own eyes before we take the thorn out of someone else's eyes. As councillors and as council, we are aware of the financial condition we find ourselves in after reading a very detailed report presented to from the Auditor General in the month of January. As Action SA, we stand together with the coalition government, taking cognizance of the report. Hereupon, a pathway forward out of the dark storm we find ourselves in, we urge officials to deliver their work and report to a standard that is timeous and fair. As Action SA, the bulwarks of good governance and a professional public services, we stand as cornerstones in ensuring that residents are met with the highest standard of public services. This starts with our work ethic and the ethic of the work officials in this municipality. Let us be clear as members of this House that the continued uploading of reports late to the council agenda should not be tolerated, as ill discipline and late work from officials is a violation of their duties and responsibilities, but also deprives members of this council with the ability to have a fair and timeliest time frame for dissecting and analyzing these reports. In promoting the principles of good governance and in promoting the principles of our strategic pillars, let us ensure that reports are uploaded on time to ensure that the residents of this municipality are delivered with the best services possible. Let us be not misguided, Chair. It is not the first time we as Action SA come here pleading this House and raising the issue of reports not being uploaded on time. Let us not find ourselves here again, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, House. Back to you.
Back to me. Thank you very much, Councillor Bosch. Let's take the last speaker on this item, and that will be Councillor Lex from the RCT. Councillor Lex, 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only difference between this in-year financial report and a Jeffrey Archer novel is that a Jeffrey Archer novel always ends with a soft landing. Both are works of pure fiction, but I'm afraid the prospect of the ending for the city being a happy one is unlikely. Let me illustrate the point. Our revenue is down 4%, but that is against the backdrop of the much vaunted Tshwane Yatima debt collection campaign. And the fact that the MMC for Finance himself recognized that we would need to raise about 114% of our billed revenue every month for the full year to get by on what he knew the true liabilities were earlier in the year. If he still expects to meet that target, we will have to collect 135% of our budgeted revenue for the remaining 5 months of the year from now onwards. I think it is obvious that we will not get close to that target. Besides that, we now know that our liabilities carried over from the last year are not the 2.9 billion as we believed it was earlier in the year, but it is in fact 11.4 billion as exposed to us for the first time in the AG's audit report. There is no capacity to get the city into a position to settle those figures. On the other side, our expenditure is apparently underspent by 14%. But like any good work of fiction, there is a twist in the tale. Spending on inventory is down by over 700 million. That is, for instance, spending on fuel, Rand Water, Magalies Water, amongst others. We already know the savings on spending on fuel is an artifice. The coalition government just didn't buy any fuel and didn't pay for the fuel we ordered, with the result that the fuel is not delivered and our municipal fuel depots are running dry. We suffered the ignominy that the city's bus service came to a standstill last week, and then we are also aware of the periodic internal memoranda limiting the use of vehicles for emergency purposes only because of a lack of fuel. Not spending on fuel we need to operate is not a saving. It is a visage of a collapse and decay of the city. Look further into the report and we see that there are no outstanding invoices due to Rand Water and Magalies Water reflected amongst our creditors. Yet Rand Water confirmed by way of a media statement last week that they are due nearly 600 million in unpaid invoices, equal to 2 months' usage. Now, if you read very carefully, you will find an astounding admission that invoices for the last month had not yet been processed. That changes the whole picture. The apparent savings on water and fuel becomes a myth, and what is an underspending in this report quickly turns into an overspending of the budget, while our creditors, who will increase by more than the claimed 700 million, cancels out the saving on expenditure. There is absolutely no reason why those invoices could not have been processed and included in these financials other than to mislead and to deliberately misdirect, to paint a picture, a good picture, where there is none to be seen. This is one instance, but it is enough to cast doubt on anything else contained in this finance report. How far does the fiction go? We don't know and probably won't until the next audit surprise come around. That is a very serious problem, and I fail to understand under what circumstances our accounting officer signed off on a quality assurance certificate on this work of fiction that is presented to us as a mid-year budget assessment. This is how we earned our last qualified audit, and this is why we are well on our way to the next qualified audit. This is a story without a good ending. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Lex Middlebeck. You were the last speaker on this item. As recommended. Oh, MMC, please round it up. Is that Alderman? Alderman Erasmus, before I take you, let me consider that hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. I just want to pose a question to the Council of Action SA, who made a claim that Action SA is a champion of good governance. I just want to understand that what his former caucus leader had said recently in the media, that the party leader, Herman Mashaba, directed him to direct contracts of the Department of Housing to the company of his wife. Can he answer on that? Thank you.
Councillor, I think you'll understand that No. Let's proceed and allow the MMC. Alderman Erasmus. Alderman Erasmus, please.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Speaker and colleagues. I would like to propose an additional recommendation that this report specifically should be referred to the Section 79 Committee for Group Finance for further scrutiny and oversight. That's proposed by myself, Alderman Ove Erasmus, and seconded by Alderman Grandi Tennyson.
Thank you very much, Alderman Erasmus. I await your amendment. MMC Kosiang, I have not forgotten you. I'm still waiting. The additional recommendation reads as follows: that the report be referred to the Section 79 Committee for Group Finance for further scrutiny and oversight. Proposed and signed by Alderman Avi Erasmus, and seconded and signed by Alderman Grandi Tennyson. As recommended. Thank you. MMC, sorry. No. He had raised his hand first. Yes. No. It's okay, Councillor Mateul. Yes, MMC, please. Point of order from Councillor Mateul.
Speaker, we have been crying out on you, Speaker, that your ruling must be constant. You are not constant. If it's there is no consistency in what on your ruling. On this side, because we are opposition, we are treated different. Those ones who are administrators, they are treated different. Please, Speaker, be consistent on your ruling. If you've passed and you've ruled, let us move. You must not speak.
On a point of information.
Thank you very much. I'll be constant, Councillor Mateul, or consistent, not constant. Okay. MMC, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just a few comments on this report, and the city indeed needs to cut down on some of the expenditure and fix the liquidity situation. Sure, when we, Dr. Speaker, when we started the Tshwane Yakitima campaign in February 2022, the average monthly income of the city was, cash collection was about 2.4 billion. From June up until this, or November, we increased that with sustainably 700 million rand cash collection a month. That helped the city to mitigate some of the liquidity challenges that we have. So that was the actual cash collection. But sure, much more needs to be done in terms of fixing this cash liquidity situation. We also received a letter from the minister advising us into some of the aspects that we need to focus on and that we need to correct, which we will bring to the adjustments budget. And we will bring that as part of the adjustments budget to make sure that we get this city in a financial healthy position so we can get the liquidity situation better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, MMC, for rounding it up. As recommended. Thank you. Alderman Maleke, thank you.
Is this response part of responding to the AG? Or is it a rebuttal to what AG has said as a fact? That they don't know what they are collecting and they don't have a clue. Because it's a fact, it's in the report. Therefore, Peter tries to look good and committees still have a lot of work to do. Is this a response to AG's report? It's weak if it's a report, it's a response. It's weak. The shop is going to be closed. If this is the leadership that is leading the city, they don't deserve that seat of government.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to item number 12. Item number 12 is reference number 1690/01/1. The item is from City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA Section 52D. Quarter 2 report and Section 72 Media Budget and Performance Assessment Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, SDBIP. The report on page 74 to 371 with recommendations captured on page 97. I have a list of speakers on this item. I'll go back to Alderman Malek, ANC, 3 minutes. Alderman Malek.
Thanks, Speaker. We are very happy that the AG vindicated us, that we've got incompetent and clueless leadership of the DA-led coalition. When we're saying and repeatedly saying to them, these are the things that we are wrongly doing, they refused. Refuted them and blamed the ANC. In this city, if you're asking why do we have a water leak, is the ANC government. If you're saying there's waste that is not collected, is the ANC. If you're not appointing senior managers, is the ANC. Therefore, you've got a bunch of incompetent people that are paid a lot of money for doing nothing. They can't even read reports. It is the ANC that needs to be blamed. Therefore, you have a bunch of tall people that are useless as ward councillors, like Shane Mass. Therefore, they have to blame the ANC for all these things. Therefore,
councillors, please, councillors. This is the speaker who is allowed to speak at this moment. He is allowed to speak and he will be protected. Alderman Malek, you are protected to speak because you are in the list of speakers. Thank you. Yeah, let's protect Alderman. Yeah. Yeah. Sit down. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, sit down. Okay. Alderman Malik, you will proceed and you are protected.
Chairperson, I'm raising on point of order. There can be a useless councillor in this house. All councillors are honorable members of this house. There is no useless councillor here.
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
Let's allow Alderman Malik. Alderman Malik, you are protected because you are Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. Alderman Malik is not speaking out of turn. It's in the list. Councillors, all of you who are speaking, you are speaking out of turn. The one who's speaking in accordance with the list, it's Alderman Malik. Alderman Malik, I'm resetting your time. You would have lost your thought by now. So sit down so that you can continue. Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Tap. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Councillor, please, councillor at the back, please take your seat. Thank you. Yes. Councillor Ntunu, allow EFF will speak. Allow him to speak. He is the point of order. Thank you. Point of order from Councillor Ntunu.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I wanted to just add on the issue here. The issue is that it's hard for us to get a comprehensive feedback on the report of the AG because this issue of buses is continuing. We do not have fuel. People must go to school, children must go to work, and now it's a very serious situation here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Nontununu. I think I'm not expected to rule there. So, Alderman Maleke, please continue. I see a hand. What is that hand for? Point of information. Alderman Maleke, please sit down. Point of information, thank you. Your mic is off.
Honorable Speaker, may I just remind my colleague Aaron Maluleka,
Councillor. No. Two wrongs don't make a right, councillors. You are not assisting the process. Please sit down. Councillor, please help us maintain the decorum of the House. You can't do that. Or you are free to go, please. Please take a seat. I can't have a dialogue with you, please. I'm warning you for the last time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, point of information. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I just would like to draw my colleague Alderman Maluleka's attention to the organizational report presented by David Mabuza at the recently held elective conference at NASREC.
Allow him to. Councillor van der Spey, I thought you wanted to take me forward, and I think you are taking me out of this place. Okay, sit down. Councillor van der Spey. Councillor van der Spey, help me come back into the House. Please address Alderman Maluleka, please. Inside the House, thank you.
The report that I've referred to has identified cadre deployment and corruption as the prime causes for the collapse of service delivery on all levels of government in South Africa. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Maluleka. Okay, Councillor Nhlapo. Councillor Nhlapo. Okay. Councillor Nhlapo. Councillor Nhlapo. Alderman Maluleka. I think you've been interrupted multiple times now. You have been interrupted multiple times. Would you still remember where you left off? Okay, please continue. Thank you.
No, thanks, Speaker. We are not threatened by hot air. They're just blowing hot air. They're just a bunch of useless people who are not scared of them. They've got nothing to offer. They just privileged and by accident they got to the seat of government. Speaker, for 20 days, the citizens of Pretoria East were they were without water. Councillor Ramabodi mentioned earlier that there's a crisis around the city. For 14 days in Soshanguve, there was no water. No, not even a single MMC went down to address people of Soshanguve. For 20 days in Pretoria East, they were scared to go there. It was only Councillor Henens who tried to go there and speak to the developers, not the people that are affected on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, if you look at the performance in the city here, there's no political leadership. There's no will. It's only the city manager who's strangled by a bunch of men who have an ego to accept that they're not doing anything. But within a week, we're going to remove them. We are going to remove this government. Replace it with capable people. That when there's a strike, that when there's no water, they'll go down to the people. That when there's no, just wait. Shh. That when there's no water, they will be responsive. Go and give answers because that's what they're elected for. They've got a social compact with the people. They understand why they're voted for. Now, this bunch of useless people that are here today, when there's a strike, they're scared to go there. When there are councillors who are striking, they bring bouncers. But they can't address the people. Ask all of them who are in the executive, when last did they go to communities and address them? These issues that you see on the performance is an indictment and reflection on the leaderless city that we're having. The only thing that they can offer is to think that they've got muscles. They don't have muscles. They scare their women. They can't scare us here. Most of them, when they're women, they can't respond to them. But they can't respond to issues that are pertinent to the communities that have elected them. Therefore, we have no leadership here. There's no leadership here. Last week, please, there's a point of order there. Point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to try and...
Councillors. Let's listen to each other when we speak. We were listening to Councillor Tapo. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Councillor Ace, please, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to try and make my submission as calm as possible.
Councillors, allow her to speak, please. Councillors, let's afford each other an opportunity to speak. And when you want to speak, please raise up your hand. Thank you. Councillor Tapo, please. Councillor Tapo. Let's take that point of order that side first. There's a point of order there. Thank you. Councillor Ace, please, point of order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm going to try and make the submission as calm as possible. And I've sitting here today and listened to a lot of things that has been said. But the amount of times today that the integrity and the capability of women has been brought into a discussion is quite frankly starting to be disgusting. And I'm calling on this House to keep the capability of women.
Let's listen to the point of order. She's not debating, she's stating a point of order. Let's allow her to finish. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Let's protect her to finish. Let's allow her to finish. Thank you, Councillor Ace. Please, you are protected and finish. Thank you. Councillors, let's afford each other some level of respect. No. It's okay. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Tshwane. Yes, Councillor Ace, please finish your point of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. That is my full submission. I just wanted to bring the House attention to the bigotry that is happening here. Thank you.
Councillors, let's protect our women councillors and all the women councillors. MMC Max. Councillor Tshwane. Yeah, soft. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Malek. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tshwane. I've noted you, Councillor, but let me deal with MMC first. Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tshwane. Thank you so much. Yes, MMC Max. MMC Max, thank you.
Okay. I just want to fix something. This is information. 3 MMCs went to Soshanguve last Thursday. 3 MMCs. 3.
Councillors. Councillors. Councillor Mazibuko. Councillor Mazibuko. Councillor Mazibuko. Thank you. Councillor Tshwane, thank you. Let's allow her to finish. Thank you, Councillor DJ. Thank you. Let's allow her to finish. Councillor Tapo. It's okay. Please. Thank you. Councillor Marishane, let her finish first here. Let her finish hers. Yeah, thank you. You will be next. You will be next. Thank you. Councillor MMC Max, please finish.
2 women and 1 male went to Soshanguve last Thursday, MMCs, to address them. So I want him to withdraw, please. Withdraw.
Councillor, let's have Councillor Mpo and Marishane in that order. Let's Alderman Malek. Alderman Malek. Let's maintain the decorum. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Mpo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker. I was violent also, man. Speaker.
Councillors, let's hear each other out. You will follow Councillor Marishane. Thank you. Sit down. I'll come back to you, Councillor. After Marishane. Yes, Councillor Mpo.
No, Speaker, I just want to raise my concern that you allow the speakers to come in with frivolous and point of information that are devoid of any substance, and it's intended to drown Councillor Maluleka when he's making his point. That point by Councillor Ace was frivolous, devoid of any substance, and the MMC there. The MMC there they have got a right to reply and round up on issues. Why are they drowning that speaker? Please protect Councillor Maluleka.
Thank you very much. Councillors. 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 Okay, Alderman Erasmus. Thank you very much. Yeah, let Councillor Sapo. Councillor Sapo. Let us not drown each other. Councillor Marishane. Let's okay, Councillor Sapo. Yeah. I'm taking the last hand and then we move. We are still on the item. Yes, Councillor Marishane.
Confirm that these people are not useful. The project in Lusaka Clinic, it's stuck because the service provider is not paid. Let's confirm that these people are not useful. People of Ikakeng in Mamelodi have been without water for 2 years now. Councillor Wicklison can confirm.
Point of order, thank you.
Speaker speaking.
Councillor Marishane, just hold on the point of order. Yes.
Speaker, I thought we weren't allowed to film in council. The council behind the councillor speaking over there is recording the meeting. His camera is on, the light is on. Can you ask him to not record the meeting, please?
Councillors, 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 this meeting, it's, okay, councillors. Let me rule on that one. I'm just saying, okay. I'm not taking further hands, otherwise you are drilling. Please, Councillor Makali. I'm not taking other hands, I'm being deviated. Seriously. Sit down, let's finish. I'm not taking, I'm no longer taking further hands. No, I'm not. Please, finish. I'm not taking other hands. Councillor Malek, finish your time, you're left with 30 seconds, and I take the next speaker. Thank you.
No, thank you, Speaker. Thank you for thank you for protecting us, Speaker, from hooligans who attempt to strangle us like they do in their families. This one is a festival of ideas. Therefore, there's drought there. You can hear Shane doesn't even address his meeting, Shem. He calls Councillor Randall to address his meetings in his ward here in Waterkloof. The only thing that he can do is to elbow a poor woman, police woman, who got injured last week, Shane. The only thing decent that he can do is to move around. There's nothing, there are no ideas on that tall man there. He can scream and threaten people. Speaker, this is an indictment of poor service delivery. Are we supposed to continue, be subjected to this mediocre leadership that we're having here? Or must we have a meritocratic leadership that will reflect when they're wrong, that will listen to people when they say to them they're wrong? But we're subjected here to hooligans who would not want to listen, who want to go to communities with police that are escorting them. They don't have an appreciation that people are poor, they want service delivery. But we are saying we'll continue holding them to account for this mess that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Msongo. Councillor Msongo, EFF, you are next. Thank you. 3 minutes, Councillor Msongo. Councillor Msongo, you are protected. 3 minutes.
I was waiting for you to protect me. I thought Ace, as a feminist overnight, will protect me as a woman when I'm being drowned, but she didn't. Fake feminism. Mr. Speaker, this report is an indictment on the lack of political will of the DA-led. They are drowning me that side, Speaker. Protect me.
Councillor Msongo, you are protected. Please don't drown, Councillor Msongo. No. Let us not drown Councillor Msongo. You want to drown Councillor Msongo? Okay. Just don't drown Councillor Msongo. Okay.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm just shocked by the biasness of feminist overnight. Councillor Ace stood up raising issues that affect women. Councillor Msongo is speaking. She's the first person to stand up and give instructions like she normally does. That's why I'm shocked that today she spoke. Because normally she doesn't speak, she gives instructions. But when another woman is being drowned by chauvinist male people there, she's not condemning them. So she must not be biased if she wants to address issues of women. Thanks, Speaker.
Councillors, I plead with you. As the Speaker of Council. I plead with you as the Speaker of Council. I have said in my opening address that I encourage the proliferation of robust debates. But that must be done within the context of decorum and respect. It must be like that. Let us not drown each other when the debates are robust. We need to encourage it. We cannot discourage robust discussions because this is the platform, and this is where, even in terms of the rules and orders, where you have what we call immunity in terms of your robustness. Let's exploit that, but equally let's protect each other. And respect, let us not lose respect. We are fellow councillors, we are discharging our duties. I therefore urge you to pay your attention to Councillor Msongo as she addresses the House. Councillor Msongo.
Mr. Speaker, this report is an indictment on the lack of political will of the DA-led coalition to deliver services to the people of Tshwane. As the EFF were proven correct once again by this report on the performance on the implementation of the SDPIP. We have been warning you, Mayor, that service delivery in the city has come to a total collapse under your leadership. In fact, I should refer it as your bad leadership. It comes as no surprise to us that one department that is failing to reach its target is the Group Financial Services, and is telling on how we arrived on the adverse findings by the Auditor General. We note your intention to adjust down the KPI on the kilometers of required municipal stormwater drainage network constructed due to budget shortfall. This means when the rain season comes, May, it will spell disaster for people of Soshanguve Block XX, Atteridgeville, Mamelodi, as we are not prioritizing this much needed infrastructure. Mr. Mayor, we are concerned that the Water and Sanitation Department is struggling to resolve issues of contract and has led to a delay of a project being implemented due to a process of contract termination. The slow spending of the capital budget must be urgently addressed as it impacts negatively on the city service delivery commitments to communities. Mayor, we are failing on simple things like revenue collection. As such, we find ourselves in a difficult situation with ESCOM, where we are subjected to back and forth media statements between us as a city and ESCOM. And I must say it's very embarrassing to us as council members. What happened to hashtag Tshwane Yatima campaign? We have abandoned that program as we have a soft spot for businesses that operate in the city and continue to steal our electricity and water. It is worth noting that there's a few challenges emanating from the annual report of the last financial year that have not been addressed, such as one, service delivery related challenges, including revenue collection, loss of water, and unaccounted for electricity. Two is the audit process related issues, which speaks to poor management of performance information, as well as inconsistencies in the information provided to substantiate the audit process. Mayor and city manager, it needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. We know you have no appetite to resolve it, and that will be your reason to fall. Mayor, you must be told that we will no longer accept a delay in projects due to poor performance by contractors. Supply chain is busy awarding contracts to companies that have no capacity to deliver, and group legal services takes forever to terminate those contracts with those dodgy contractors. This proves that the EFF's analysis in our funding manifesto and pillar number 3, that we must build state and government capacity to do away with tenders, was a giraffe view. Mr. Speaker, the EFF has, in every council meeting and in Section 79 committees, consistently called for departments to spend on the allocated conditional grants without fail, and have warned the mayor that we will not tolerate underspending. Yet we are continuing with the trend. This continues unabated due to lack of consequence management by the city. In fact, that Department of Consequence Management is even lazy to attend committee meetings when invited. As far as I'm concerned, I'm convinced that consequence management has ghost employees. It cannot be that since 2002, whenever one them for Section 79 committees, they never show up. We will forever have officials who fail on their duties for as long as consequence management is not functioning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Msongo, for assisting the debate. We move on to the Action SA, Councillor Frolich. 3 minutes, Councillor Frolich, three minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Action SA is concerned to note that only 36 of the 85 performance indicators with set targets for Q2 SDBIP were achieved. This is less than 50% of targets set for Q2 of this financial year. In addition, Action SA notes that of the city's 210 capital projects, only 39 projects managed to achieve their Q2 milestones. That means that only 21% of all our capital projects are currently on track. Our performance as a city in Q2 is not much better than our performance a year ago. Looking at the performance indicators by department, Action SA commends economic development and spatial planning, TMPD, emergency services, environment and agricultural management, and health for achieving all of their set targets for Q2. It is noted, however, that housing and human settlements, group financial services, and water and sanitation only achieved 2/3 of their Q2 targets, while community and social development services and ROC achieved only 1/3 of their Q2 targets. This is concerning because each department is responsible for setting their own performance targets at the beginning of each financial year, and yet these departments were unable to achieve their own plan. Despite our current energy crisis and growing public anger concerning road safety, energy and electricity achieved only 1/4 of their Q2 targets, as did roads and transport. It is also noticed that Office of the City Manager, Office of the Speaker, Office of the Chief Whip, Group Human Capital Management, and Customer Relations Management did not achieve any of their targets for Q2. The reasons for poor performance per department and per key performance indicator are vast and varied. The progress report given under Housing and Human Settlements for Fort West Extension 4, for example, states, meeting with Group Head and Human Settlements Planning Division on the 15th of December to finalize all outstanding planning issues and map a way forward. In reality, when Section 79 Housing and Human Settlements Oversight Committee visited Fort West Extension 4 last month, they found only one show house erected, despite 360 million having been reportedly spent. The contractor had vacated the site. Action SA notes that the content of this report was provided by the responsible line function, departments, and entities, and that their accuracy still needs to be proven. In response, Action SA will be calling additional reports through Section 79 Oversight Committee members so as to help provide improved oversight and consequence management in achieving our targets for this financial year. The time for talk is over. It is time for action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Frolik. The last speaker, Councillor Nhlapo. The last speaker on this item is Councillor Pascu from the Freedom Front Plus. Pascu, please speak. Please continue to speak. Councillor Pascu, can you press your mic and speak? Thank you. Yes, Councillor Nhlapo, no. Let's allow, we have agreed, let's maintain decorum. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Pascu, 3 minutes.
Speaker, the purpose of this report is to table is the unaudited report for the Tshwane against the targets of the SDBIP according to legislation. It is a comprehensive report stretching for over almost 300 pages and cannot be discussed in this meeting in detail. The SDBIP was approved on the MFMA, as per MFMA on the 22nd of June last year. The indicators addressed are performance indicators, reporting indicators, compliance indicators, and compliance questions. The assessment is as follows. The cluster of the COO, 54%. Governance and support service cluster, 50%. Of the quarter, not of the year, Office of the City Manager cluster, 36.8. The statistical department's achievement is only 42.4% for the quarter only. In summary, only 6 departments achieved all their targets. This results remedial actions by departments, catch-up plans on deviations, and appropriate disciplinary actions where applicable. And the 7 committees are IDP, Finance, Utilities, Water and Sanitation, Roads and Transport, Human Settlements, Corporate and Shared Services. Those are the 7 This is proposed by me, Councillor Nick Pascoe, and seconded by Councillor PWW Meyer. Chairperson or Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pascu. Please advance your amendment so we may read it out. Thank you. MMC Jose Mang, I'm still waiting for you. Your item is packed. Thank you so much, Chairperson Pascu. I read to you the proposed amendment. 1, that the stated recommendations 1 to 5 of the report remains unaltered. 2, that the following addition be included as point 6, that the report be referred to the following section 79 Oversight Committee for scrutiny and call for root causes to deviations, remedial actions by departments, catch-up plans on deviations, and appropriate disciplinary actions where applicable. 1, Section 79, Oversight Committee for IDP. 2, for utilities. 3, for water and sanitation. 4, roads and transport. 5, human settlements. And lastly, corporate and shared services, proposed and signed by Councillor Pascu, seconded and signed by Councillor Mayor. As amended. Thank you, councillors. Now, part 5 of our agenda from the Mayoral Committee of the 18th of Jan 2023. This item 13 was advanced as per the Speaker's right to do so. We therefore proceed to the last item from part 5, which is item number 14, reference number 74094/1. Office of the City Manager. Request for Council to rescind its resolution of the 15th November 2022 to condone and approve further acting in the position of Chief Operations Officer, that is COO. The report on page 604 to 650, with recommendations appearing on page 609. On this item, councillors, we have a couple of speakers. And let's start with the ANC. Councillor Rampile, ANC, 3 minutes. Councillor Rampile.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. As the ANC, we don't agree with any of the acting positions. Currently, the city of Tshwane is in a mess because of the acting positions. So it's very much important, Dr. Speaker, to take a note that the coalition of DA that they are not doing what they are supposed to do, and we also like to say to Randall must just resign with immediate effect and hand over the rope to people that qualify to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rampile. Let's proceed to the EFF. Councillor Mabohwane, 3 minutes.
No, thanks, Speaker. I think that we have already put our point across in relation to this report in report number 5, 6, and 7. But I think that it's very important to re-emphasize.
Just councillors. Thank you very much. Just tone down so that we don't drown Councillor Mabohwane. Let's allow Councillor Mabohwane to finish. If you have an urge to speak, please just reduce your volume a little bit. Thank you. Councillor Mabohwane, you are protected. Thank you. Proceed.
With report 14.
Yes, Councillor Mabohwane.
No, it's fine. I'm saying that we need to re-emphasize our point in relation to the accounting officer, that in terms of section 56 managers, the city manager can't then say that because there was a vacuum, he had to appoint. So that makes the city manager a law unto himself. And we hope that the city manager is not declaring himself as the enemy of the EFF, because we don't mind to take a swipe at both Randall Williams and the city manager at the same time. So we hope that we're cautioning him that he should never take a decision and say that the council, which is the final arbiter in terms of taking the decision, must condone his decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mabokon. The next speaker in line is from the Action SA, Councillor Mnama, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive my right to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mnama, for waiving your right to speak. The last, okay, Councillor Sapute. Thank you, Alderman Malek. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alderman Malik. The last speaker here, Councillor Lex, RCT, 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you so much. As recommended. Thank you. Let's go back to the item we parked. Colleagues, what's that hand for? Yeah, I said what's that? I'm noting you by saying that.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm asking for 20 minutes caucus.
Councillor Makaling, I really want to give you that caucus. Can you allow me to just deal with the item I packed, just to read the amendment, and then we go for caucus? Thank you. Is that fine? It's not. Okay, caucus, 20 minutes. 20 minutes caucus break. Thank you. Can you ring the bell, please? Can you ring the bell? Thank you very much, councillors. Please, let's take our seats. Your caucus break is up. Councillors, please, let's take our seats. Your caucus break is up. Take your seats. Your caucus break is up, please, councillors. Alderman, please, Alderman Saki deploy. Alderman Grandi Tennyson, please take your seats. Alderman Derek Kissenduth. Aldermans, please take your seats. Alderman Vandenberg, please take your seats. Thank you very much, Chief Whip of Council, for taking your seat. Thank you very much, Councillor Ratikwani, for taking your seat. Thank you, Councillor Nchapo. MMC Wakelin, thank you for taking your seat. Thank you, Councillor Sukutani, for taking your seat. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Councillor Hopper, thank you for taking your seat. Thank you very much, honorable councillors. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, in line with Section 6A of our Rules and Orders, Councillor Mahaling, please address the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, in terms of Section 6A, we have asked for a caucus and we are giving a feedback.
Councillors, Councillor Tshwane, please, the meeting is on. Thank you. Let Councillor Mahaling, please, thank you.
So we were looking into resolutions in Annexure A, and we had found each other. Therefore, we are ready to proceed, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Mahaling. We are now back on our packed item number 9. Just to refresh our memories. It's a deviation from tender process for the month of October 2022 of 2022-23 financial year. The recommendations are as follows. 1, this report be referred back to MPEC for further investigation. 2, consequence management must be applied on the officials involved in the appointment of the VM refrigeration, air conditioning and electrical projects Pty Ltd for this contract, and feedback must be provided to council. And then lastly, if the said company applied with false information, it must be blacklisted. Proposed and signed by Councillor Khosietsile Khosiamang, and seconded and signed by Councillor Peggy Debray. As amended. Okay, yes, Alderman Maleke.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't know what is it that we are trying to do as council, because there are committees that are responsible for investigating this work beyond council resolution. Now, that committee is called MPEC. It's chaired by Action SA councillor, who must assist us to get to these recommendations that have been made today here. Because you are now taking responsibility of the administration head in terms of what should happen. There will be unfair hearings. Already we want to blacklist companies when there's national treasury regulations in terms of that process, how you deal with companies that are not delivering in terms of general conditions of whatever. But you can't hurry as a council before you set up a process in place. Therefore, MPEC is responsible for that, Speaker. Let's not try to please each other. That no, there should be consequence management, because I know people are shouting on top of their voices. But when we said let's deal with rival, they can't it. Now, MPEC resolved on the rival. What should happen? In the minutes, people want to can that. Therefore, there's financial board that needs to investigate missing money and suspicion of issues that are related to finances of the city. That if you don't allow everybody to do their work, and you think council is the last arbiter, it's unfair for us to do that. Therefore, let's allow MPEC. Let's refer this report to MPEC, and it will do its work and report back to council. Because of this is the last final arbiter to decide on the work of other committees. Therefore, we can't think that when we are here in council, we can exhaust everything here. It doesn't work like that. Thank you.
Yeah. I think your last point was just exactly the first point on the amendment that says this item be referred back to MPEC to do its work. I don't know which MMC now. Let's start with Khosiamang and then MMC Sutton. MMC Khosiamang.
I can't even hear myself. Speaker, I don't know why Alderman Mululeke wants to so much protect this company. We have just seen recently now, Speaker, the information that came through the Auditor General. It has demonstrated It has demonstrated.
Councillor Matebul. Councillor Matebul. Councillor Matebul. Please go back to your seat. Eh? What is it, Councillor Matebul? Let's allow MMC to speak.
Yeah, thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, we had a discovery. I'm not sure why the councillors are protecting this company. What is their interest here? Because what we found here is that this company lied. It said it's qualified to do this job. And we discovered that it's not qualified. So either it's misleading us or the people are trying to push it forward, but it doesn't meet the criteria. Why would we start with the company that doesn't meet criteria?
Order, point of order, Councillor Sapp. Point of order. I'll come to you.
Speaker, can I continue?
There's a point of order. Yes, Councillor Sapp, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I think there's a reason why God creates a person to have 2 ears and 1 mouth. You must listen twice more than you speak. Now, of course, we have listened that there is no one who's shielding the company. We are speaking on the process that MPEC must deal with this issue, and it will come back here in council.
And still, the same people that think they've got interest in that council, that he knows, are still councillors here. He must point to us when that outcome has come. We are not worried about what the end should be. We are worried about the process of how we conclude this particular matter. And I don't think that we are in contradiction in terms of the process of accountability. Thank you, Speaker.
Don't change the resolutions which you have taken.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm ruling on that point, Matthew. Yeah, I must not rule on that one. But I'm doing exactly that. Okay. I think we just need to catch some breath and thank you. Now, Councillor Nhlap and Alderman Malik. So I think there is that alignment that this thing must go to MPEC. I'm happy with that. So yes, Councillor Matebula.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, you know, this multi-party coalition is very unfair of us. We sit in section 79 and resolve on matters. When they go to MACO, they change them. Because what is discussed now, it's not what we discussed in our section 79. I'm not sitting in that committee alone. I'm sitting with other councillors. They can agree with me. I will tell you, Speaker, now, freely, there is an intention to privatize that market. That ripening system there is getting rotten as we speak. It's dead. It needs urgent attention. Now there is an intention to privatize that market. Some of them came to us and proposed that we should sponsor that thing must go to private hands. And we disagree with that, Speaker. We disagree with it. We are not happy with what is happening. Please, Speaker, can our reports not be changed? We can't take our time and sit the whole day in 79 and for somebody to go and sit in MACO and change our resolutions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matebula. I think what you are raising it's important. Section 79 reports or recommendations cannot be changed. They must come en route to council. That must apply across all the Section 79 committees. You can continue, MMC Hosiama.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, here we are talking a deviation report. We don't want to entertain what happened in Section 79. This thing will affect our financials next year, and we discovered it now. Why would we want to conceal it now if we discovered? It's going to be a damning audit finding, and we commend the department that raised it. We cannot work with unqualified service providers.
Councillor Nhlap. No. No. MMC, please. You can't talk again. You have just please just round it up, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me wrap it up, Speaker. So, in terms of
you are talking more than once on the same item. Thank you very much, Council. No. I have ruled on yours, and in terms of Section 38, I can't go back. Thank you. Please round it up.
No, thanks, Speaker. Let me wrap it up. Now that we've discovered that this company was trying to what do you call it? This company was trying to defraud the city. We want to deal decisively with it. Hence, we put in all the recommendations and writing all of them, right through to blacklisting, so that no one ever repeats that again. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, MMC Sutton. Let's allow MMC Sutton to close this. You have been speaking more than once on the same item against the rules and orders. It's against the rules and orders. I'm saying it's against the rules and orders. I wish you would speak so many times. Yes, MMC Sutton, thank you.
The first part of the recommendation reads, if I heard you correctly, that it be referred back to impact. I believe it should be that it be referred to impact. It didn't come from impact, so it can't go back to impact. Thank you. So just refer to impact. Thank you. Just a small amendment on that first one. Thank you.
Okay, let me reread because I think we talk too much and then we miss what we have said. Because, you see, listen to this. You see, no, I'm not taking hands. I want to close this report. Thank you. I packed it, discussions were done. Thank you. Now, the first, I'm just, so that I refresh your memories. The first one says, this report be referred to MPEC for further, is it good English? Okay, for further investigation. I think the other ones I'm not going to repeat because I think the contestation was on that. As amended. Thank you. Malek, you said you were in agreement, now you are saying no. Malek. MPEC. Yes, Alderman Malek.
Speaker, we admonish the conduct of councillors on trying to become the hawks or subs. You can't do that. The administrator, if he had the right to speak, he was going to call Kosimon to order. That you're interfering on administrative things. Why do you cherry pick one company when there are 10 deviations? Why do you do that? Because there's a process of how you deal with deviations in terms of MFMA. You don't say we have investigated. Who are you to investigate? Who grants you powers? Because of councillors can't be interfering with administrative work. That's a function of the head of administration. Allow him to do work. We don't have a problem. Whether there are 10 companies who stole money, you want to blacklist them, you are overstretching your role as a councillor. You can't blacklist a company. I can bet my last cent. Try it with your sharpness. You're not going to win it. You can blacklist a company. It's a very laborious process. It's a very difficult process. Now, allow the process to be done fairly. Because courts are going to dismiss what we're trying to do, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, colleagues, before you also add more salt on the wounds, let us not preempt what's going to happen there, investigate and blacklist it. We don't know what's going to happen there. Let's just refer this and not say we caught a thief and then tomorrow it's not going to be a thief. Let's just be cautious. I'm just cautioning you. So I think we have closed this item as amended. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Marsha, thank you.
No, thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for bombarding us with unnecessary issues as MPEC committee. But I want council to make sure and resolve now that the MMC there be the first one to appear before MPEC to come and give us all the necessary information when we sit on this matter.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Marshana, I think it finds resonance with what's happening. I think it's proper, yeah. We also from the Speaker's office support that. Thank you. Colleagues, we are doing very well. And right now we are moving to the next section of our agenda, which is the resolutions by the Mayoral Committee Annexures A and A1. Honorable councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A. Let's start with the resolutions of the Mayoral Committee of the 2nd November 2022. A1. Councillors, I'm speaking, you must speak back to me. A1. Thank you. A2. Yes. A3. Yes. A4. Yes. A5. Yeah. Did I hear no? A6. Yes. A7. Yes. A8. Yes. A9. Yes. A10. Thank you. Honorable councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A, We can move to Annex A1. A1 is resolutions of the Mayoral Committee of the 16th of November, 2022. Yes, Councillor Marshall.
The executive mayor has just disappeared without any notice.
Marshall, now I'm busy focusing on the agenda. I'm not looking at who's disappearing, who's appearing. I hope he will reappear. Let's proceed. Let's believe as we progress. We will check. Marshano, we will check his reappearance. Let's continue. Councillors, let's focus here. A11, A12, A13, A14, A15. Thank you. Now, these are the reports of oversight and standing committees reporting directly to ourselves, the council. Honorable councillors, I will now call on the chair of chairs to submit to council reports emanating from section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of chairs. Point of information, Tapo.
Thank you, Speaker. We are about to make a very dangerous mistake by not acknowledging that today is Councillor Tshwane's birthday. He's acting on behalf of Randall as he has left now. So want to acknowledge Tshwane's birthday. Thank you, Speaker.
Happy birthday, Councillor Tshwane. Happy birthday. You can go back. You are how old now, Councillor Tshwane? How old? How old? Show me with your fingers, how old? Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Councillor Tshwane. Let's allow the chair of chairs to address the House. Chair of chairs.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Before I submit the different reports, I would just like to appreciate the oversight that's being done by the Section 79 committees. I must differ on this one from whoever, I think Councillor Alderman Maluleke said that all are useless. It's not true. There are very useful, very active members, councillors in all the committees that are doing an excellent job. So they are not all useless. From all sides. And I really appreciate that. And I must say that we are especially attending, there was a remark and a concern, and we are equally concerned about unspent funds. We are making a special effort in our committees to attend to especially unspent grants. So we are following quarter by quarter the spending of grants. We dare not do it to the residents of this city to send back money that was provided to us by other spheres of government. In the light of the AG findings on the Section 79 committees, oversight committees, just have to do better than we've done until now. And in that regard, I would like to appreciate several of the committees, especially chairpersons and the researchers and other members who are going out there and do inspections in loco very often, not only once when it's on the program, but they're on the ground and see what's happening. We really appreciate that, and I want to thank them for that. And before I come to the submission, I would like to request all councillors, whenever you deal with reports, not just to read them or just pass through them, but interrogate all reports that's coming from departments. And I want to emphasize, interrogate. Make sure you look at almost each letter, what is written there, and question it. That will prevent us from having to go back and to be evaluated by the Attorney General Auditor General of not having done our oversight job. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to submit to Council the following reports from the Section 79 Oversight Committees. Local geographical names, 9 September and 14 November meetings. Petitions, as far as the the Petitions Committee is concerned, they are all on in C1 and 2. There's a major problem with the contents, especially with the recommendations, and I was requested to withdraw it. So, on account of because of Section 13(5), I withdraw C1 and 2. There's also committees to reports to consider from Community and Social Development Services, especially the meeting of 17 January. And we appreciate committees who actually had special meetings while even in recess, and have special meetings to ensure that they deal with reports so that they could serve with us today. Community safety reports we will deal with from 17 January, and then again corporate and shared services 18 January. I would also like to withdraw on reports from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Housing and Human Settlements, and I want
Councillor Tila, order. Councillor Tila, press the mic. Councillor Tila, try. Let's try the other one next door, and then we'll come back to you. Try it. It means yeah, yeah. Go back to your seat again.
This mic works, Chair, Speaker. This mic works.
Hey, Chap. Chairperson, I just wanted to remind our chairperson from corporate and shared services that this report must also be withdrawn because we are not yet done with it. As we speak, I think in our last meeting, we asked a few councillors to go and do investigations. So we're not yet done with it. I know he's an honest man. He forgot. So I'm reminding him to reverse it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair of Chess.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. I just quickly have to look at which report is referred to. I will gladly withdraw it.
It's G1.
To be say again, G.
G1, yeah, there's only one item there.
Oh, that is group properties, about the proposed lease of urban 5s, the 774 and 5774 and 5, about Olivenhout Bosch. I think I must just say that we had 3 reports that were referred back to us. We went to inspections in local. This is the one that we found that the NGO is in fact legitimate, and they can continue. We propose that there will be a lease agreement with them. There are still 3 others that we haven't submitted because there's still investigations going on. So I can assure my colleague, and by the way, I can tell the work that this is one of my committees who are not useless. The councillor is actively participating. So, councillor, this one was approved, but there are still some to come that's not done yet.
Councillor Tilawashap. Sure.
Thank you. Let's continue. Honourable Speaker, I have withdrawn H1 to 6. I think there's still some unfinished work that the committee, and I refer it back to the committee. H1 to 6, refer it back to the committee for proper oversight, and I urge that committee to deal with it properly as soon as possible, so that whatever flows from it can continue as soon as possible. Honourable Speaker, please note that, and I've just already pointed to the reports in part A and H and I, emanating from Housing and Human Settlements and Rules and Ethics were deferred before, but they are now back, and especially under I from Rules and Ethics, the report is back. They were deferred, they're now back on the agenda, and we can deal with them one by one. I think that's all. Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I just want you to jog with me on your withdrawals so that I don't. Let's start again. Your withdrawals, Alderman, quickly.
Dr. Speaker, it is C1 and 2 from petitions, and then also section H, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The rest are tabled. Thank you.
Perfect. We are aligned. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Councillors, I'm putting to Council the following reports as submitted by the Chair of Chairs. Section A from the Section 79 Standing Committee Local Geographical Names from the meeting of the 9th September 2022. 1. Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. Approval of names to populate the geographical names bank. Skills and professions names, phase 5. The report on page 5 to 15 with recommendations on page 9. As recommended? Yes. 2, from the Economic Development and Special Planning Department. Geographical Names Bank, Plant and Herb Names, Phase 2. The report on page 16 to 28 with recommendations on page 19. As recommended? Thank you, councillors. The 3rd report from the Economic Development and Special Planning Department. Streets in Tiger Valley, Valley, extension 103 to Hazeldine Boulevard. The report on page 29 to 91 with recommendations on page 39. As recommended? Yes. Item number 4 from the Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department. Geographical Names Bank, Plant Names, Phase 2. The report on page 92 to 105 with recommendations captured on 95. As recommended? Yes. Item number 5, Economic Development and Special Planning Department. Geographical Names Bank, South African Food and Beverages, Phase 1. Report on page 106 to 117 with recommendations on page 109. As recommended? It's a yes. Item number 6, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, Geographical Names Bank, Cultural Ware Item Names, Phase 2. The report on page 118 to 128 with recommendations on page 122. As recommended? It's a yes. Item number 7, the last item under this section. From the same department, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, Geographical Names Bank, animal names, Phase 10, report on page 129 to 138, recommendations appearing on page 132. As recommended? It's a yes. Let's move to the next item, section B from the section 79 Standing Committee, Local Geographical Names from the meeting of the 14th of November 2022. The first item under this section from the Economic Development and Special Planning Department, business, approval of names to populate the geographical names bank, business and economic space 2, the report on page 5 to 16 with recommendations on page 9. As recommended? Yes, you are quiet this side. Item number 2, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, approval of names to populate the geographical names bank, agricultural terminology, phase 3, the report on page 17 to 29, with the recommendations appearing on page 20. As recommended? It's a yes. The next item is item number 3, Economic Development, same department, and Special Planning Department. Approval of names to populate the geographical names bank, academic terminology, phase 5, the report on page 30 to 42, with recommendations on page 34. As recommended? It's a yes. The next item, item 4, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City of Tshwane, Geographical Names Policy. The report is on page 43 to the last page, 245, with recommendations on page 50. As recommended? Yes. Item C, withdrawn by the submission of the Chair of Chairs. Let's go to item number D. From the Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics of the 13th of January 2023. Only one item from the Office of the Speaker. Midterm Performance Report of the Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics for the financial year 2022-23, with recommendations, the report on page 4 to 8, with recommendations on the last page 8. As recommended. Yes. We are now on section E. Yes. Keminyana, Kemi. Yes.
Speaker, Speaker, this thing this thing report council now we did not agree on. This report must be taken back to rules and ethics. We did not meet and agree on anything because there were two agendas. Further that, I even sent you an email for pertaining that we need investigation of the two agendas. Please, this must go back to rules and ethics. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs.
Dr. Speaker, I did receive a request for an investigation from the ANC caucus, and I'm busy investigating it. So if it is related to this report, I think then it should be withdrawn until I have investigated that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also received the complaint, both from the ANC and the EFF. The matter is under investigation, and by the submission of the Chair of Chairs, we are withdrawing this report. Thank you. Let's go to section E. From the section 79. Yes, sir.
On a point of information, Speaker, quickly. Because of the nature of this report, Speaker, from the Rules Committee, we just want to ask to other members of the Council, let them monitor those chairpersons of the committees. They are editing the reports, and we need to check those reports clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The matter is under investigation. Chair of Chairs, can we proceed? We have closed on this item. You want to add some more information?
I want to react to the remark that was just made. It will be very short, Dr. Speaker. We are aware of changes in the recommendations. We are investigating that as well. It's a general problem in the administration, in the Office of the Speaker. So we are attending to that, and I also request my chairpersons to check each step of the way from the meeting, the minutes, what is recorded then is sent from the minutes to this meeting. It is properly checked, but we do find mistakes, and I'm investigating much more than what I've just mentioned. Thank you.
Speaker, I think maybe we need to agree as a council with Chair of Chairs that we need a report in the next sitting of the council of that investigation. That's my proposal, Speaker. Thank you.
He did this. I'm suspecting it means sharp sharp. Chair of chairs, is that sharp sharp?
Speaker. Speaker, if you had listened attentively to what Chair of Chairs is saying, he's accusing your office and the officials, which is not correct. We are saying that the chairperson of that is chairing, the chairpersons of these committees are the ones that are editing and changing the recommendations, and sometimes they even change the contents of the reports. So they must be the ones that are investigated. More especially in my committee in rules and ethics, that was we have discovered. That is why we have sent a letter to you and to himself. And it must be clear that you have not even acknowledged in writing that you have received those letters from us. So we need you to acknowledge them and give us the time frame. We agree on the fact that it must the report must come in the next sitting. Thank you.
Councillor Sean, it's not a maybe, it's a sharp. Okay, okay. Just to clarify, because we don't want to assume it's a sharp. Okay, all right, okay. Alderman Erasmus agrees also. Okay, all right, okay.
Speaker, by here of things, I'm actually, when I'm listening to the chair of chair, is actually saying he will investigate. But on my recommendation, I further stated that there should be an independent investigator so that we get to the core root of the problems. If it's him, I doubt we are going to get anything. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs, let us not preempt the outcome of the investigations. It's dual investigation, Councillor Mpo. I'm not sure if my office didn't respond to you, but I can assure you that I've instructed that such an investigation take place. But if that hasn't happened, I'll make sure that it happens. So it's not so much the Chair of Chairs investigating. I've also launched the investigation myself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let's, oh, it's a sharp again. Okay. Yes, Marshal.
Speaker, it has been previously proven that there is a serious problem with regards to the issue that at hand. And your office has been accused of this particular issue. Is it wise to be still having investigations done within this very same office? Because I remember from MPEG, we've withdrawn a report at some point that was had serious changes or defects from what we have agreed on as a committee, and many other committees have raised those issues and reports were withdrawn in the past. So is it wise for us to be still having an investigations being handled by the same office?
Thank you very much, councillors. We have concluded the investigations will take place and the outcome must be communicated to council by the next council. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to section E, which is from the section 79 Oversight Committee. You are still talking on the same item? And I'm ruling. Councillor Marshan. Councillor Marshan. Councillor Marshan. Councillor Marshan. We are aware of the nature of this complaint. If you care to listen, your problem will go away. We are not using the same route of investigation as in the past to avoid repeating the same findings and mistakes. A much more independent. Councillors, unless if you don't want to appreciate the work that is done in the office of the speaker. No, you can't just say no. Now, councillors, please, I don't want to unpack the amount of work that the office of the speaker does. Let us not quickly take short left to rules. There are ways, and we will do that. We'll report back to council. We can't just talk about it right now here, please. Okay, can we proceed? Thank you. From the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community and Social Development Services, 17 January 2023. Yes, order.
Speaker, we don't have trust in your office to investigate itself. We want an independent investigation on this matter, and a report must be given to council.
Councillor Marshall, let me repeat in English. We will appoint an independent investigator to look into this matter. Is it much better in English? Okay, thank you. Let's proceed with Section E from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community and Social Development Services, 17 January 2023. Item 1, Community and Social Development Services Department, Expanded Public Works Program Division, State of Core Report. The report on page 4 to 10, and the recommendations appearing on the last page, 10. I have one speaker on this item from the EFF, Councillor Mnisi, 3 minutes.
I will speak.
You waive. Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. E2, second quarter midterm performance report for the period 1 July 2022 to 31st December 2022, financial and non-financial. The report on page 11 to 15 with recommendations on page 15. As recommended. Yes. Item number 3. Status quo on the fencing of facilities project for the 2019-20 and 2021-22 financial years. The report on page 16 to 50 with recommendations on page 19. As recommended? Yes. Let's go, honorable councillors, to section F from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safeties of 17 January 2023. Report on operations of the drug unit during quarter 1 of the 2022-2023 financial year. The report on page 5 to 14 with recommendations on the last page, 14. As recommended? Yes. 2. Report of firearm training. The report on page 15 to 92 with recommendations on page 18. As recommended? Yes. 3. Community safety. Report on Tshwane Metro Police training facilities. The report on page 93 to 96 with recommendations on page 96. As recommended? Yes. 4. Awareness campaigns to educate members of the public on measures and regulations aimed at securing a safe environment. Quarter 1 of 2022 to 2023. The report on page 97 to 108 with recommendations on page 108. As recommended? Yes. Item number 5. Departmental performance against the approved 2022-23 SDPIP. The report on page 109 to 116 with recommendations on the last page 116. As recommended? Yes. Item number 6. Quarter 4 progress report on the training of Metro Police officers in bylaw policing. The report on page 117 to 120 with recommendations on page 120. As recommended? Yes. Item number 7, report on bylaw policing operations for July to September 2022. The report on page 121 to 127. As recommended? Yes. Item number 8. Performance against SDB and business plan for quarter 2, 2022-2023 financial year. The report on page 128 to 153 with recommendations on page 137. As recommended? Yes, item number 9. Emergency Services Department, Community Awareness and Outreach Program, Public Awareness. The report on page 154 to 159 with recommendations on the last page 159. As recommended? It's a yes. The last item under this section, report to the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Community Safety regarding the sustainable provision of fuel for the Emergency Services Department. The report on page 160 to 163 with recommendations captured on the last page 163. As recommended. As recommended, councillors. It's a yes. Let's go to G. From the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services of the 18th of Jan 2023. Group Property Department, proposed lease of urban 5774 and 5775 Olivenhout Bosch, extension 25 for NGO purposes. The report on page 4 to 21 with recommendations also appearing on the last page 21. As recommended. Yes. Items deferred from the previous council meeting of the 24th of November 2022, section H, all of it is withdrawn. The last item on section I, from the Section 79 Standing Committee Rules and Ethics of the 12th of August 2022. Honorable Councillors, the following report was approved by Council at a previous Council meeting. And one of the resolutions for this report was that Alderman A.M. Malek must withdraw and apologize if he does not submit proof. Since Alderman Malek was not present at that stage, the matter was deferred to this Council meeting. So the report, Office of the Speaker, referral by Councillor O.S. Ramabodu, referring the comments made by Alderman Maleke that the EFF members are thieves. The report on page 4 to 50 with recommendations on page 9. Now, Alderman Malek, please, councillors, you are interfering with my concentration. Alderman A.M. Malek, can you please provide proof? If not, withdraw and apologize in line with Resolution 2 in terms of Section 36, subsection 2 of the Rules and Orders. Yes, Alderman.
Thanks, yes, Speaker. Maybe they've changed, you see, I withdraw. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alderman Maleke.
On a point of information, they are trying to clue up the unholy alliance. So we understand that he has been thrown into the Shurut box. But we are looking, Rabashebi.
Councillors, thank you very much, Alderman Maleke, for progressively taking us forward, Alderman. Thank you very much. Let's resolutions by the Standing Committee of Councillor Wilkinson. Petitions. Annex B. Honorable Councillors, you have 30 minutes in total to discuss Annex B from the Section 79 Standing Committee Petition 17 November 2022.
Speaker, Umayor is a toilet van.
Angazi mfundisi. Angazi mina. Okay, from honorable councillors, you have 30 minutes in total to discuss Annexure B. From the Section 79 Standing Committee Petition 17 November 2022. B1. B1. Yes. B2. Yes. B3. Yes. B4. Yes. B5. Yes. B6. Thank you, councillors. Now, Section G, questions for which notice has been given. There's none. Now, Section H, motions or proposals deferred from the previous meeting. There's none. New motions. There's none. J, which is petitions, honorable councillors. Any petitions? Any petitions? No petitions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, councillors. K, any other matter not contained in the notice of the meeting at the discretion of the speaker. Honorable councillors, at my discretion. Yes, councillor. Yes, councillor Tila.
It's a no.
Dearest Councillor Tila, please don't leave. Don't go. We're about to finish, Councillor Tila. We're about to finish. We are finishing, Councillor Tila. We are finishing. Please sit down, councillors. We are finishing. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, at my discretion, let's focus, councillors. Few minutes, we are done. Honorable councillors, at my discretion, in terms of section, Councillor Nhlapo. Okay, Councillor Nhlapo. At my discretion, in terms of section 81K of the rules and orders, I'm submitting to you the following reports for consideration. 1, appointment of a councillor to act as speaker in cases where the speaker is not available to perform the functions of the speaker. The report on page 4 to 9 with recommendations on page 9. There's only one speaker here and I don't see him. That would be Councillor Lishawan. Councillor Ratikwan, you fine? Okay. As recommended. Oh, sorry, let me just. Yes, Alderman Erasmus.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Speaker. I would like to recommend that recommendation number 3 be deleted and replaced with that Councillor Zianda Tshwane act as a speaker when the Speaker of Council is not available for 90 days. Proposed by myself, Alderman Avi Erasmus, and seconded by Councillor Jackie Hayes. I thank you.
Speaker.
I'm the vice chairman. First up.
Speaker. What are you disposing of the recommendations? Is that the recommendations or is it the report? Because
it's an amendment. It's a proposed amendment.
Oh, it's fine because we're against that. We think that the acting speaker must be appointed only for this particular item and then it's done.
Yeah.
We don't want the acting speaker for 60 days.
We don't want that thing. Okay, let me take you through the amendments. That Councillor Zianda Tshwane act as a Speaker of Council when the Speaker of Council is not available for 90 days. As amended. Okay. Alderman Malik.
No, thanks, Speaker. Then let's remind you where we come from, so that the noises can be reduced. Councillor Zianda Tshwane was proposed when we were dealing with a matter that affected you, Speaker. And the thinking of Council was that we should not be grappling with the matter of appointing an individual when we get to Council. But that on its own, it was undermining on what is provided in the statutes. That in the absence of a councillor or speaker, in an event where he's sick or not available for a council meeting, council must appoint a councillor within its rank. Therefore, that's what the law says. Then I agree with EFF that we should not support that, because that was an action taken to be flexible in the event that the speaker is not there because you were under investigation. Therefore, there's no need for us to have Councillor Tshwane for 90 days. 90 days for what? Because next week we want to remove the coalition. It might be an obstacle. We don't want him to be there. If you are not there, Speaker, we can have another speaker elected by council. Therefore, 90 days is just a waste of time to be stuck with somebody who might not be progressive. We don't want that person here, unless if he caucuses us. That you see, colleagues, I might be with you in the nearest future. The way it's going to be a stumbling block, we must get rid of him even before he put his behind before the seat. Therefore, we don't want him. We can divide the house and get to it, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker, on a point of information, the very same section that Councillor Alderman Maluleke is quoting, section 41, that speaks of the election of the office bearers. This progressive August House have established the office of the Chief Whip, which was not included in the Structures Act. This council passed a report to make sure that they established the office of the whip. Further to that, there is a multi-party whippery report that was being adopted last year in March to establish the position of the deputy chief whip. What is different between the acting speaker and the position of the deputy chief whip, which is being established in terms of the multi-party whippery model? So there is no difference. It's hypocritical to find people who says it's hypocrisy that the establishment of the speaker, therefore it's being perpetuated by political interest, nothing else but no progress for the office to make sure that it moves forward with the progress of the issues of council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Tshwane.
Speaker, with due respect, as a Speaker of the Council, please, Speaker, I propose that this report must be deferred to the next meeting, so that we'll deal with this report at the next meeting, Speaker. No, you're bloody fool.
Okay. As amended. Okay. Okay, let's divide the house. Let's divide the house. Those who are for the amendments.
Fair this report.
Yabona umntazana ephuwa phambili lo wecemsinyana ubala yo. Hey, udeployiwe na.
Lex, you know the laws. Raise your hand.
Speaker, you're a voting kettle. That's what you are. A voting kettle.
Obakeng is not here. You can raise your hand, Disolwane. Raise your hand, Matebula.
Speaker, you can't see this conflict that you are creating. Let's speak. Listen.
Thank you. You can lower your hands. Ne? You okay? Okay. Let's go to those who are against the amendment. Raise up your hands, please.
Elderman Maluleke, we must investigate this Lex party of 500 votes in council. This RC what? Hey Lex, where's Tsepo? What did you do with Tsepo's vote?
I see Lex has got a red shirt on today.
Thank you, councillors. You can lower your hands. Thank you very much. Those who are abstaining, please. Thank you very much. I read the results to you. Those who are for, 102. Those who are against, 89. Those that abstained, 0. Therefore, Councillor Zianda Tshwane is the acting speaker and he is coming right now to preside over the last item because I'm conflicted. With these words, thank you very much. I'll see you again.
Zwane hlala lapho. You must not even attempt to come up there.
There is best count.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, you are first.
He's going.
Zwane awukwazi uke esitulweni saka speaker ungakambathi imbathi mfo. Chothi imbathi mfo emahlombe. Zwane chothi imbathi speaker
Gibela ndaba ezethu.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and a very good afternoon to you all. The report from the Office of the Speaker, report of the investigation on allegations against the Speaker of Council. The report is on page 29, 250, with recommendations on page 36. Yes, Councillor Bushiel. Yes, Councillor Bushiel. Councillor Bushiel.
Yeah, thank you very much, the speaker or the acting speaker from the IFP. I'm rising on the point of information. We have learned that your dominance in KZN is under siege. We just wanted to get the status of the IFP dominance in the KZN.
Chair, Speaker, relevance, it's irrelevant to agenda item.
Speaker, Speaker. Yes, Makhanen, you had your hand up.
The matters which are raised by Councillor Bushielo are irrelevant to the report that we need to dispose.
I refer to this. Thank you, colleagues. The report is on page 29, 250, with recommendations on page 36. Alderman Malule.
Yes, no, acting speaker. The rule says, if you raise a point of order or information, the person on the podium must sit down. But in this instance, there was no any other person. It was yourself that was trying to table the report. Now, the person that speaks must be listened without interruption. That's what the rule says. Shane was out of order, followed by McElwain, who tries to become a little bit white, or I don't know what is it that he's trying to do. They must allow you to rule on what Councillor Bushielo was saying before you proceed. Yes. Please do that and ignore them, because there's nothing cogent that they can give you or of substance.
Programmed well now.
Thank you, Alderman Malule. And what Councillor Bushielo was saying, it is not related to what we're dealing with now. So it's irrelevant. Thank you, colleagues. The report is on page 29, 250, with recommendations on page 36. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. For behind on what? The matter is closed now. Matebul.
Speaker, you can't roll on relevancy before you bring the topic on hand here on this council. Before you could even speak, you wanted to speak to you before you could outline what you want us to discuss. Why are you ruling him irrelevant? Because you didn't bring any topic in front of us. Why are you doing that?
Because it's too late.
No, maybe you were sleeping, Benjamin. I introduced the report, and then I read out that the report is on page 29 to page 150, with recommendations on page 36. As recommended, next on the agenda is the conclusion. Honorable councillors, I thank you for having inputs during this meeting. The meeting is concluded. What are we doing? What are we doing? I want to speak. I want to speak. What are we doing? I want to speak. What are you doing? Doing? Tshwane. Hey, no. What are you doing? Tshwane. Oh, boss. I want
Tshwane already. Tshwane, you are ready. You are ready, boy. Don't worry, they must not intimidate. Yabuzwa Mlunganya. We are here. We are here, my friend. They won't intimidate you. Lead.